Alright, I'm ready. Alright. Thank you. Yeah, okay, a bit of pre-warning. This run may or may not finish just based on this PlayStation 2 being very precarious and broken. It might just randomly crash at some point. And yeah. We're having to run the PlayStation 2 upside down to even have a chance at getting it to work. Somehow it helps. But getting it to work for 8 hours is... I don't know. We'll see. I try my best to finish and save a lot. If it crashes, I'll try and carry on. But if it keeps crashing, then that'll just be it. But anyway, this is FF7 on PlayStation 1. There is also a PC version of this game, which is a lot faster, but it's like a totally different run altogether. But this is the fastest PlayStation category. Oh yeah, and disc swaps with an upside down PS2 will be fun too. That'll be interesting. And this run usually is around 7.5 hours, but just because of how easy it is to die during this, the estimate's kind of high. And also I'm running on a fairly slow PlayStation 2, like an old model, so that's not going to help. It'll be really slow loads. It's alright, the first menu coming up is going to be setting a load of settings that'll, for the most part, remain in place for the whole run. The first being the memory cursor, so this is going to stay in place for the duration of battles. The location of the cursor, so if I attack or use magic on one turn, then it'll be on, like, attack or magic on the next turn for that character. I also set the ATB onto active, so this is pretty much just exclusively so that I can run away from battles faster. For boss fights and stuff, I'll mostly be using the wait, which I'll talk about a little bit later when I use it. But essentially it'll allow me to get more turns than active. And then I set up all the battle speeds and message speed and everything for obvious reasons. They'll be on highest setting for the entire game. Alright, now I'm going to name all my characters just one letter. It's going to save a pretty chunky amount of time through all the text boxes in the game. So Cloud's going to be called C, Barret's going to be B. Or if I make a mistake, then I might name someone A or something, but as long as it's any one letter, then we're good. Because text writes out letter by letter. I think it's like 2 letters every frame, so I'll save 1 frame every, like, twice. Like every other time a character is mentioned. Also, you'll notice I walked on the first screen, or the second screen rather. This is an encounter manipulation, which I'll probably explain a little bit more in depth later on, but essentially I'm going to be able to control which encounters I get and when I get them a little bit. So I walked a little bit there, which actually seems slower, but it actually cancelled out an encounter that I would have gotten on that bridge a moment ago if I was to just run the whole way. Unfortunately, the world map encounters don't work with this manipulation. So world mapping add-ons are going to be essentially random. But the world map's not for a couple hours. Midgar takes like 2 hours roughly, so it's quite a way away. And the movement in this game is incredibly tricky as well, because this game came out before analog controllers were a thing, so you can only use the D-pad to move in this game. And with the isometric and kind of weird backgrounds, yeah, it can be really, really confusing on which direction you're supposed to hold to actually go the direction you want to go. So I'm pretty much not going to fight any battles for quite a long time. Any random battles, that is. In fact, I don't think I fight any random battles until about 4 hours in or something, so... But all the XP and AP and everything I get from bosses is plenty. Alright, so this first boss is Guard Scorpion. He's got pretty simple AI. First turn he'll use Search Scope on a random person, and then he'll use Rifle or the tail attack on that same person. Ideally it's Barret. Okay, that's good. Because Barret to here it does less damage than Cloud, so if I can use Big Shot, which is Barret's limit break, that's going to be much better. Okay, perfect. So Cloud already does significant enough damage with Bolt, so Braver is hardly worth doing, since it only does like 100 more damage. Or about 100 damage when Bolt is doing like 80, so... It's also worth noting that I need to finish this fight with both my limit breaks full for the next boss fight. Scorpion Tail and Barret again, that's perfect. It's going to give him half his limit. And then after this, his tail is going to go up now, and then he'll start counter-attacking everything. But I'm actually going to use that to fill the rest of my limits. And I'm going to hold on to Barret's attack here. His limit should get filled by this. It's a little bit low, so I might not. But in case his limit gets filled, I'll still be able to attack once more by holding on. Yeah, okay, I didn't get filled. So I'm going to wait for his tail to get right down now. Because you deal like half damage to him, and he counterattacks everything, so it's really slow to attack him there. It's actually really ideal, because I can attack with Barret more now, that it's a tiny bit away. It'll get filled by a random encounter at some point, probably. Should be in. Yep, okay. So now I need to hope that Barret gets attacked like once between now and the next boss, which is quite a way away. This is actually a battle I'll sometimes get before the boss and sometimes afterwards, just based on how decent I moved. Getting it afterwards is kind of good because it means you're doing well with the movement, but at the same time it's kind of nice to get it before sometimes as well, because it fills a little bit of the limit break that you might need. In this case it didn't really matter. So here I have to save Jesse, it's required. Also the potion's in the way. And again, after this jump here, I'm going to do a little bit of walking after the encounter, which is going to cancel out the rest of the encounters for this whole area. So by doing this walking in certain areas, not only am I going to get less encounters, but it'll also mean I won't get any pincers and fewer back attacks and stuff. The screen that I'm on now, I actually couldn't get encounters on earlier the first time I went through, but you can get encounters on the way back. But I won't get any. So a lot of this run is really careful movement. Like I said earlier, it's one of the hardest parts is having really precise movement, both for encounter manipulation and just to not waste time running into walls and stuff as well. It really adds up if you spend a lot of time running into walls by accident, trying to cut corners. Don't really care about Ares or her flowers, just a waste of time. Have to be really careful not to take these extra battles here. Thankfully it doesn't really matter how fast you are with these dialogue boxes, you have to wait for the guards to catch up anyway, so you can take your time. Right so far. So there's quite a few cutscenes now from now until the next dungeon. There is actually a skip on the next screen, but I won't be doing it just because I haven't practiced it enough. But it saves, I think 10 seconds or something if you do it, roughly 5 to 10 seconds. But it's really difficult to do, and I haven't practiced it, so I'm not going to bother attempting it. But the skip essentially involves talking to Jesse here and trying to leave a wedge. And trying to leave by going through the next cut. And basically you end up talking to the train conductor and Jesse at the same time. And then once one of those cutscenes ends, like the one with the train conductor, you can move Cloud. And then you go back to the previous cut. And then when you enter this area again, the cutscene with Jesse is already finished. So this cutscene I just watched gets skipped. Oh, so here's a little bit of a skip. It's not like a glitch skip or anything, but if I were to run straight down and try to enter the bar, then Barrett gets in the way, and then it's like a little cutscene. But by going back to the previous screen now, and then back again, that kind of skips that whole little thing. Doesn't save very much time. Barrett's still in the way, but he gets out of the way, just with one dialogue box. And since you didn't buy a flower or anything, these cutscenes go a little bit quicker. Oops. That wasn't meant to happen, but it doesn't save, doesn't waste much time having one extra letter. This game has quite a bit of cutscenes. It's kind of bad pacing on this game. There's a be a chunk of cutscenes and then a decent amount of gameplay, and then back to just chunks of cutscenes again. Alright, we're basically done here now. Just be trying to leave, and then Barrett will nag me about a tutorial, which if I take wastes a lot of time. Back on the train. There's no skips this time, but there is a menu I'll be doing. I'll be picking up a high potion as well. The next menu is on a timer. It's like a 15-second wait. So the menu that I do doesn't actually waste any time, since I have to wait for the 15 seconds anyway. And it's also the same reason I get the high potion. It doesn't waste any time to get it, so I might as well. It's also kind of important to sell it, but there would be other options if it wasted time to get. So this cutscene starts here, or this timer starts. You're supposed to run down the train, and then eventually you jump off. But it's actually much faster just to wait the timer out and then jump off as soon as possible. So if the timer runs out, then you jump off on whatever cart you're on. So I grab the high potion from this guy. And then I just have to wait for 2 seconds. So what I did there was equip Barrett's gun that he got from Guard Scorpion, the assault rifle, which is going to increase his big shot damage on the next boss. He also took off the ice materia from Cloud, and then set everybody onto the back row. So now everybody's on the back row, so they take half damage from physical attacks. This battle's kind of annoying. It's a back attack, and it's actually really quick. Sometimes they can get off like 3 or 4 attacks, and it takes ages. So again, more walking, more encounter manipulation. Barrett still needs to get hit before the next boss. And there's still quite a few battles for it to happen. Whoops. That was like a huge waste of steps there, and that's really, really bad for any manipulation. I should still be fine because this route's really easy for Midgar. This is a really, really old route that I'm using. And for Midgar, it's really, really easy. But anytime I take extra steps like that, it's really bad for manipulation. If I get too far behind or if I take too many extra steps, then that'll just be it for the whole run. And then I'll start to get more encounters and they'll be like actually random. And I'll start getting pincers and other things that will waste time. So a lot of these screens I have to actually do things as the screen is loading in. Like for that last screen, I have to grab onto that ladder before I've even before I can see what I'm even doing. And sometimes if you're not mashing circle enough to go onto the ladder, you can kind of run past it and waste a bunch of steps and time. But my biggest concern right now is always the manipulation. It's really, really easy to fall far behind, like I kind of already have. So I was supposed to get that encounter about halfway up the staircase. I got it at the bottom of the staircase, so I need to make up that movement by cutting corners a little bit better and stuff. Alright, second try, not too bad. There's no trick to that or anything, it's just timing. And practice, I guess. But that button minigame is pretty notorious for anyone that's played this game before. Probably already knows. The timing is pretty precise. And there's no like countdown or anything from the other characters to tell you when to press circle. But there's a ton of really random minigames in this. And they're all pretty terrible. So this boss is probably the easiest boss in the whole run. Well, definitely, I guess. He takes 4 times damage, I believe it is, from back attacks, or when he's facing the other way. And with the limit breaks, the way I had them set up already, with Barret and Cloud already having theirs, I can actually just hold circle for this fight, and then win after 3 attacks. So Barret's gonna big shot immediately, and then Cloud will Braver, and Tifa will attack to finish it off. He's got 1200 HP. There's a really, really, really small chance I'll get a critical hit with a limit break. It's very, very rare. It saves quite a bit of time if you get it, because this boss is really slow. He counters everything, and his animations are really, really slow. So yeah, that's pretty good. It's kind of just a random time loss sometimes if he decides to counter everything and turn around a lot. But yeah, that boss is free. Now we fall 10,000 feet and somehow survive by landing on flowers and conveniently meet Ares again. So she asked a bunch of questions here, and I think you save like 1 second if you answered the second one with the second dialogue option. But since it's only like a 1 second save, it's hardly worth slowing down or stopping at the dialogue to do it or anything. I think I got it. I can't even tell. But it's like one less text box or something. Oops. Whatever. Again, that only wastes a really, really minimal amount of time, like a second or two at most over the whole run. Having the one extra layer. So in my opinion, the important thing is to get through the character naming as fast as possible rather than name a character slowly and have the name perfect. So there's a different option to take on each of these. The first one, she just runs. And the second guard you can't run from, so I'm going to tip this barrel over to knock him down. The important thing is here is to not get any battles, because you have to fight them with just Ares. And she doesn't have any materia or anything. And you can't run from the fights either, so it takes like 4 attacks I think or something if you get one of the battles. It's a huge waste of time. And then the third battle he's just run from as well. I'm gonna force an encounter on this roof if I don't get it. Okay, well I got it anyway. But if I were to go through the next area without getting this encounter, then in the next area I would end up with an encounter against 2 Vice enemies. And they're like bandits, they steal items from me. And if they were to steal an ether or really just about anything and then run away, the run would pretty much be over. I wouldn't be able to afford the things that I need. So by forcing that encounter there, I don't get the bad encounter. There's quite a few areas I'm going to be doing that. Since I'm doing encounter manipulation, I know which battles I'm going to get and where I'm going to get them, so sometimes I'll be forcing encounters on certain screens to avoid pincers and just any other slower encounters. this is actually one screen that's kind of a classic example of not really knowing which direction to hold, because here I just have to hold left, but it kind of looks like I would hold up and left. But then up and left makes you kind of run upwards, so by knowing which directions to hold saves a lot of steps, I guess. You'd get way more encounters if I didn't already know which directions to hold on some screens. And the screen that you'll see in a minute after some cutscenes here is usually a more chaotic example of just really bad map layout, I guess, or just really confusing movement directions. So now I'm forced to stay the night at Ares' house and then sneak out in the middle of the night. There's a really minor glitch here, just like it's basically nothing, where I'm gonna be able to pick up these items and move at the same time. It's kind of a weird thing where I'm being forced to walk upwards because of like the cutscene, I guess. But if I hold left and mash circle, then I can pick up the items whilst I'm kind of in the cutscene. That's just after this dream sequence here. So here, if I hold left, I can kind of pick up these items, and then I'm forced to walk out. Otherwise, I'll wake Ares up. Now I'm gonna do some quick shopping. I'm gonna sell everything I've got so far, all the ethers and potions and everything I picked up, and then buy a bunch of grenades. .67 grenades, that's for all of Midgar. Grenades are a really powerful, well, not really that powerful item casually, I guess. But essentially, because I'm not leveling up or anything, my magic and attacks aren't really going to be getting stronger. So for this quite a long time, I'm just going to be relying on items, since they always deal a consistent amount of damage, regardless of your level and stats and everything. So if you're playing casually, this is the screen I was talking about, by the way, with really confusing movement. But yeah, if you're playing this game casually, grenades already aren't that great, because you'll level up and eventually you'll just deal more damage than them anyway. But since I'm not fighting anything, they're really useful. So they deal about 140 damage every single time. Quick cutscene in the park before the wool market. To me, this slide looks like it's vomiting. This rainbow puke, but I don't know. It's even worse in Crisis Core, actually. But I don't really know what that slide is supposed to be. His tongue, I guess. Okay, so in Wool Market, we're actually going to be getting Cloud the best dress available, so that Don Corneo picks him. This actually works out being a lot faster because you don't have to fight Scotch and his lackeys, which you do if Tifa or Ares gets picked. And the way this works is you actually get, it's all based on like a points system, but essentially you need to get 4 of the best items on Cloud to have the Dawn pick Cloud. And there's it's like 6 items or something in total you can get, but you only need 4, as long as they're the best ones. Where am I going? This area has quite a lot of back and forth through the screens, so it's kind of really easy to get confused on which part you're actually on, especially if you're not like paying attention. It's really easy to kind of zone out during this, if you've done it a few times before. Alright, so now that we know we have to be a girl to be let into the mansion, the first thing we're going to do is try and get a dress. But we'll be told that the guy that makes dresses is not here. But to do this optimally, I'm not going to go and continue this part of the quest right now. I'm going to do the other parts first. The kind of less required, but necessary parts if you want Cloud to get picked. So I'm going to talk to this guy. He wants me to go and get a drink set from a vending machine, but for some reason he won't go himself. And then I'll continue that later as well. I'm going to buy a meal from this place. And by doing this I get a coupon, but they only give you the coupon if you say that their food was okay. So I have to be careful and take the second dialogue option at the end here, otherwise I won't get the coupon. And then with that I can take it here to get the digestive. Now, deodorant is another option there, which does give you points towards the Don Corneo, but not enough. If I had to take that, then I would have to go in the Honeybee Inn and stuff to get more other items. But with the way that I'm doing this now, I get to avoid the Honeybee Inn altogether and still get picked. Okay, so I'm going to hand this drink set in now. And he gives me something, I forgot what. The tiara, diamond tiara. The quality of the tiara you get depends on how much gil you spend in the vending machine. I bought the best set, so he gives me the best tiara. It's a fair trade. Now, there is a skip you can do in this bar here. This is another skip that I just haven't really practiced. It saves like 15 seconds or something if you do it perfectly. Really, really confusing, and basically it involves managing conversations with all loads of people all over the diner so that you can move during the cutscenes, and essentially you end up talking to this guy as at the same time you talk to the girl or the lady in the bathroom that I just spoke to. And then again, picking the right dialogue options to get the best dress. And there's absolutely no way you'd ever know which options are the best ones to select here unless you have a guide or something. But I don't really think you're supposed to have Cloud get picked on your first playthrough or anything, so Okay, that's 3 of the parts done. Now I have to get the wig. This is actually an essential part. The only 2 essential pieces you need are the wig and the dress. Everything else is optional. Okay, so he tends to get around 15 to 18 squats, and I'll probably end up getting 20 squats. I did mess up once, which is pretty bad if he beats me now. Alright, yeah, 19, that's really close. Way too close. Okay, so now the whole dress is complete. The screen is actually pretty annoying. It can be really easy to run past these stairs. It's really awkward depth perception, and it's pretty precise, so... There's quite a few screens where you have to run upstairs. Okay, that was easy. And it's really easy to just run straight past them. So we're going to continue to pick up items and stuff everywhere. Mostly ethers, they sell for 750. And later on I need to do some more shopping, so ethers are my primary source of gil for this first couple hours of the run. Alright, so now like I said, we got 4 of the best items, so Cloud is going to get picked here, unless I messed something up and I didn't realize. But if you don't get picked, then you have to fight Scotch and his lackeys, which are like 6 enemies, where one of them is stronger than the rest. Takes longer. So both the second dialogue options there are actually necessary to carry on, otherwise the conversation just keeps looping. Or I think if you take both first options then you just get more text, but something like if you take the first one then the second one, then the whole conversation starts over. Or the second one then the first one, then it starts over. Alright, so there is some AI manipulation for this next boss, this Apps. The way it works is if you use Bolt on him once, then he'll continue to use Cereth Tsunami for the rest of the fight. Which is both a good and a bad thing, because it's good because it damages Apps himself, but it's also kind of bad because it's a really slow animation. So I'm actually not going to use Bolt straight away. Instead I'm going to be using grenades for the first round. And what that does is it's going to change his next attack into something random. He'll probably use Lick or an attack. Yeah, Lick. Okay, this is really bad because that's actually slower than the Cereth Tsunami, so it's kind of unlucky. A really slow animation. And he always licks the middle character, so in this case he always licks Tifa. Now I just hold circle for the rest of the fight. And these grenades are really good for not only their damage because I'm low level, but also because of their really quick animation and everything. They're just a really easy source of damage early on. But of course they do slowly start to get worse because their damage doesn't increase at all. So I gotta pick up the steel materia. There is one item that I want to steal quite a bit later on. But fortunately we don't rely on steals very much in this run, just because stealing is very luck-based, I guess. It's based on your level and the enemy's level, as well as depending on which item that you're trying to steal. So kind of based on the enemy as well. And since we're low level for pretty much the whole run, our steal chance to steal anything is generally quite low, so the enemies are always going to be a higher level. But there is one item later on that I want to try and steal. It's not necessary, but I always go for it. There's other strategies that don't use it, but they're obviously slow. So I'm going to take 2 walking steps. It's also part of manipulation. Just those 2 simple steps there are actually going to take away an encounter that I would have gotten otherwise. now we're really good on manipulation. I'm actually really far ahead of step manipulation, but it can be bad sometimes too. If I get too far ahead and get an encounter in an area that's ahead of where I'm supposed to get it, that's just as bad as falling behind and getting an encounter too far back. But it shouldn't be an issue, since in a little while I have to force an encounter anyway, so I'll lose any progress that I have. Okay, so again there's some stairs here which are really easy to walk past. Especially when you can't even, yeah, okay, just like that. You can't even see the bottom of the stairs. So. And on the way up here it's really easy to waste a bunch of steps as well. It's also really easy to run into the corner. But you want to stay as close to the railing as you can. If you stay like in the middle or on the far edge of the staircase, then it wastes a ton of steps. Yeah, it's only like one per every corner or something, but I mean it adds up. Then save Jesse. Already saved Jesse once. Thankfully that one's not mandatory or anything. Alright, this fight's easy, it's just grenades, but it's a little bit luck-based as well. He's always going to use Pyramid on his first turn, and in fact his Pyramids aren't really random except the target. The random component is whether he uses the electromagnetic rod or not. Which is not only a longer animation than his normal attack, but it also can paralyze sometimes. So yeah, hopefully he just keeps using that attack. And it's not worth breaking the pyramids to throw more grenades. So yeah, that was a perfect fight. But like I said, it's just entirely luck-based. If it does go bad, then it's not like it's not much worse anyway. It's only like a 10-second loss or something at worst. There's actually a little funny skip here you can get sometimes. I don't exactly know how it works. But sometimes when the song goes to slap Ares, he won't actually do the animation of slapping her, but she'll still do the animation of getting hit. So I actually don't even know if it saves time or not. But sometimes it looks like Ares just kind of hits her south. It's really bizarre. Not this time. And then there's another glitch here, where if I keep mashing circle on Barrett after he's climbed onto the zipline, then he'll just keep jumping up and down forever. But I'm not going to show that off, because obviously it's a waste of time. Alright, I'm not gonna go back through this awful screen now. A lot of people have problems running through this area. Alright, now Ares' story. It's goes on for quite a while. The date I'll be getting later on will be the Ares date as well. Even though Barrett's date is pretty significantly faster, it takes way too long to change which date you're going to get. So the time save that you would get by getting the Barrett date is already ruined by the fact that it takes so long to get the date in the first place. And then the Tifa date is the same speed and also wastes time to manipulate, so the only realistic option is the Barrett date, which I think is actually potentially faster to do on PC, but the PC run doesn't ever go there anyway, so it doesn't matter. And that's just because of loading times. Alright, done with this. Now we have to get back through Wool Market again and head up to Shinra Tower. So now my movement doesn't actually matter too much here on this screen, because I have to force an encounter at the end of the screen anyway. And I'm already really far ahead, so I have to run quite a bit here to get an encounter. And in that case, if I didn't do that, then there'd be a chance I would get an inescapable battle later on that I have to fight. And at this point, inescapable battles would be really, really bad, because if it's a pincer or something, I don't really have the resources or anything to deal with it. Because I have a set amount of grenades to defeat all the bosses in Midgar. Well, I have one spare at the end, so... if I get any enemies extra to fight, then I have to kill it with other means than throwing grenades, which is usually really slow. So I bought 2 cover materials in that shop a second ago. These aren't really going to be used for a long time, but they're pretty essential later on. What they do is give you a percentage chance to cover an ally when you get hit by a physical attack. And it's 20% on the level 1 materia, and they stack. So instead of leveling that one up, I just bought 3 of them to give me 60% chance. And then way later in the run, they'll level up so that there'll be 40% on each one, and I'll have a 100% chance by equipping all of them. And then in the other shop I bought the batteries, which are required to climb this tower. Okay, so this rope swing is actually really easy if you use the audio cue that the game gives you. It does a little squeaking sound when you're supposed to press circle. Sometimes though I react too quickly to it, since the game expects you to have slow reactions and I kind of know the squeak is coming, it's really easy to jump too soon. But yeah, that's something that gives a lot of people trouble casually, I think. But it's really easy if you listen out to the audio. Alright, so this is pretty much the most exciting part in the whole run. Barrett wants to run through the front door, and Tifa wants to take the stairs. Going through the front door means you have to fight, you have to go up the lift and fight a random number of battles before you get to the top. Going up the stairs is incredibly boring, but it's almost always faster. There's a really, really small chance that going the lift way can be faster, but it's very rare. And the main issue is that there's no decent way to take care of all the encounters that you may or may not get on the lift, since it's just random. Like I explained earlier, I have enough grenades to take care of Midgar with 1 spare. And for all the battles you'll get on the lift, you'll need plenty more grenades to take care of them all. And even then, if you had enough grenades to take care of all the battles, it's still going to be slower on average. Another advantage of taking the stairs is that you get an elixir halfway up, which is actually useful later on. Pretty much essential. Otherwise, you'd have to take a pretty huge detour to pick another one up somewhere else. And there is actually the correct number of flights of stairs here. It's like 59 or something. And the way that this works is it actually just has one screen at the start and one screen at the end, and then you loop the middle screen like 4 times. There's actually only 3 unique screens. It's just start, the middle, and the end. It's actually pretty difficult to climb these stairs optimally and not run into the rail every time. Especially on the first corner of each screen, because you can't see the corner because it's still loading in. But that's about as exciting as it gets. Alright, one more screen after this one. Almost there. Oh, never mind. It's the last one. Okay, so by running down there and closer to the sofa, I actually get closer to the guards before I get into the battle with them. Which is pretty good, because if you, like, before you get this battle, you can't get any random encounters in the area, but you can only get them after this battle. So by getting closer to the guards, and thus closer to the lifts, it kind of reduces the number of steps I take in the area, and kind of reduces the encounters I get as a result. Another important thing is that this battle is flagged as an inescapable battle, and thanks to a glitch or a bug, if you get a random battle after this battle, you also can't escape from that battle. The kind of inescapable flag doesn't turn off after this fight. Okay, so floor 60 is probably my least favorite floor in the whole game, or least favorite area in the whole game. Actually, yeah, this one. It's a really annoying timing puzzle. And there's some slightly faster strat than one I'm going to do. I'm going to try and do like a slow, safer method. But if I get caught here, then I get into a pincer battle with them. But yeah, this is a slower method. If you take the riskier, faster method, then you kind of skip a cycle of the cards. I should have run then, I don't know what I'm doing. That's fine. Not running there doesn't actually waste time, because I have to normally wait here anyway. That was really close. Okay. So that's always a scary part. If you get caught, then you have to fight two of them in a pincer. And it wastes a bunch of time because you have to do the whole thing again. Up to 4 times. You get caught 4 times, then they disappear, but at that point, you've already lost way too much time anyway. Like, that'd be really bad. And the main issue again is that I just don't have the supplies to kill them quickly. Okay, this bookcase minigame here. You can find out what the password is here by looking at the different bookcases, or just one in particular. But I don't need any of the particular result here. Oops. So I'm just going to guess until I get it right. It's always one of 4 passwords. He gives you 6 options, but it's never going to be 2 of them. Orbs and Hojo, it will never be. And if you played the PAL version of this game, if you're European, then you might be thinking that the password is always Hojo or Mako. But this is the American version, and it's fixed properly on this version, I guess. Even though it came out first, I don't really understand. But yeah, only on the European version, the password is always Mako. But yeah, I don't need any of the rewards he gives you there. If you guess the password faster, you get different items. If you get a first try, then you get an elemental materia, which I don't need at all. And in fact, it gets in the way in the menu if I do get it, so it's kind of bad. If you get a second try, you get an elixir, which is useful, but it's not worth finding out the password and then getting it wrong and then getting it right the second try for it. Like, it's hardly that useful. The third try is an ether, and any try after that is a potion. Or 4th try is a potion. I don't know about 5th and 6th, instead should never be the case. There's only 4 passwords. And the ether is useful for 3rd guess, but the potion is useless. And I got the potion this time because I accidentally guessed king twice. That's okay, doesn't help that much anyway. Also with this minigame here, if you put the first pieces that you pick up into the bottom right sector, then you can pick up the rest of the pieces in any order. I don't actually know what the correct order is for this puzzle. I just get the first piece that you have to pick up from the chest, and then just put it in the bottom right, and then I do the rest in whatever order I want. I don't really know why that's the case. You're supposed to go to each chest in a specific order. But I don't even know what that order is. I never do it properly. I'll do the courtesy flush on the way out, why not? So I hit these two NPCs, the guy in the grey suit and then the lady at the bottom can sometimes get in the way a little bit, like that. They take like kind of random movement. Sometimes they get in the way quite a bit more, but it's pretty rare. Alright, so I'm gonna set ATB to wait for this next boss. The reason being there's like 4 enemies, and if I have it on active then that means I have to select grenade and then target the boss really quickly. Otherwise the enemies will get loads and loads of turns. But if I use ATB wait, then whilst I'm in a menu or selecting a target, then nobody's ATB gauges are gonna fill up. So it kind of allows me to be slow in the menus, I guess, but only to a certain extent. I still want to be quick when selecting item and such. The game gives me a choice of which party member to have for the battle, whether Teeth or Barret, but I should take the first option because it doesn't matter which one I bring. Oops. Messing up every name. Okay, so now you'll notice I'll hold on to a grenade and won't just queue them up immediately. The reason being is I'm just going to wait for Cloud's grenade to go off, and then throw this one. And then both Red 13's and Cloud's ATB gauges can be filling at the same time. And anytime I'm in that menu like that, the enemy's ATB gauges aren't filling either. Okay, so I pick up the enemy skill material. Enemy skills are really powerful in this game. I don't actually end up using enemy skills that much in this run, but they're still pretty essential. I also set the ATB back to active. Again, that's just because it's much easier to run away from battles on active than wait. Also, I run back to the previous floor here instead of running ahead. If you run ahead, then you run into Rude or something. I can't remember, but you get a longer cutscene. But by running back to the previous floor and then taking the lift here, it ends up being faster. But it's been so long since I've done what you're supposed to do there by just going further ahead that I can't even remember what happens if you do. I just know that it takes longer. Alright, so now we're put in jail, and we're given the option to talk to Barrett, Red, and Ares. And thankfully you only need to talk to Ares to advance the story. I've spoken to Barrett so many times on by accident, and it wastes so much time to take the wrong option here. Red 13's is only like a 10-second cutscene or something, but Barrett talks for like a solid minute or so. Thankfully afterwards the cursor defaults to the third placement, which is continuing the story. And there's actually a really small skip here that sometimes happens. It's really, really rare. I don't know why it happens or how to trigger it or anything. I don't think anybody does. But essentially sometimes when you go to talk to Red 13 here, or Barrett rather, you'll be able to move in that little cutscene there and go to talk to Tifa sooner. And after you've spoken to Tifa, then you go to the next area. But I don't know how to even trigger that skip. Alright, so now I'm going to pick up the poison materia and force another battle here. This one's pretty precise, so I have to be really close to the trigger. And then I'll run through the next floor without getting any encounter. And if I didn't force this encounter here, I'd actually end up getting one additional encounter. So by staying close to the trigger there, I'll just barely get through that floor without getting an encounter, and then immediately get one on this floor. But if I didn't do that, then I would get an encounter just before getting to the next floor, and then I would get another encounter on the next floor. So now the party splits up a little bit for the first time. Cloud stays behind for a 1v1. And they control Ares for a little bit here. A very, very little bit. I actually remove Cloud's materia there. It gives you the option to remove all of Cloud's materia or leave it on. The reason I remove it is to actually increase his strength, or to reduce the reduction in the strength by having materia on. Because normally when you have green materia or red materia equipped, your HP and your strength goes down, but then your MP and magic goes up. And for the fight against Rufus, I need Cloud to have as much strength as possible. So even though you only had the bolt materia equipped, that like extra 1 strength I'll get is pretty useful. Even though when I menu next, I'll be putting that bolt straight back on. And now this is probably the second easiest fight in the whole game. It's just holding circle after starting grenade. This takes quite a while because he's got quite a bit of HP, and the grenades are starting to like scale off now. Well, they don't scale, but their damage is becoming less and less significant. And the reason I don't use the limit breaks of Barret and Red is just because of the animation times. Both Big Shot and Sledfang do pretty much the exact same amount of damage as a grenade at this point. But just their animations are longer than a grenade, so it's just not worth it. It can sometimes be worth it in some semi-rare cases, or if you're paying close attention, because the way limit breaks work is they have like a priority system, which is really important actually later on. Where if you queue up a grenade, if you queue up a limit break, it will always go next turn, after the current animation is finished. So they're like the highest priority skill. And they're the only like abilities that work like that. Everything else will be like in order. So I just queued up a grenade with Barret, and everything else will go first, and then Barret's grenade will go first, like you'd expect. But with limit breaks there, they always go next. That boss actually went pretty well. He can be annoying because he can put characters to sleep sometimes if you're unlucky. But yeah, that went pretty well, I guess. Okay, now the first thing I want to do here is use Braver on Dark Nation, and like I said, with that limit break priority, I'm going to be going before Rufus. Ideally I go before Dark Nation as well, but it's very, very rare to get the first time. And there's a really small chance he'll do 139 damage. Okay, good. He's got 140 HP, so if you get a low damage roll Braver, it could sometimes not kill him in one turn, which really sucks. And after that he's going to take 4 grenades to die now. Rufus is pretty weak. Obviously it's a 1v1, so... Yeah, the only reason we killed Dark Nation is just to reduce the number of animations in the fight, because he would eat getting turns otherwise. And a grenade would kill Dark Nation as well, I don't have to use Braver there. But the reason we use Braver is just for that limit break priority. Because if you don't attack Rufus, or before you attack him for the first time, he gets a chance to do his laughing animation where he just doesn't do anything, but he laughs at you for his turn. And it's a really, really slow animation. It's like the worst thing you can do. So ideally in that fight you Braver immediately, and then try to stop the barrier from Dark Nation if possible, as well as stopping any potential laughing from Rufus, or really any attacks. So now I have to deal with the motorcycle minigame, and at the end of this minigame is a boss called Motorball. And this boss fight always starts in a back attack. So in this next menu I'm going to order my characters in preparation for a back attack. Because in back attacks your front row becomes back row and back row becomes front row. Okay, so there I front rowed Red 13, but for this next battle he's actually going to be in the back row because there's a back attack. And I also gave him the cover materials, so now he has a 60% chance to cover the physical attacks of Mutable, and he's in the back row. So instead of back rowing everybody, I just back row Red 13 and give him the covers, which usually takes care of any physical attacks. I put Lightning and Poison back onto Cloud. Lightning Bolt I'm actually going to be using for this next fight instead of grenades the first time. And Poison's useful in the fights after this one. And I gave him Aura Store, which I shouldn't need for this fight. I shouldn't really need for any fight if I'm lucky. But I do need to use it in menus and stuff later on. I pretty much hardly touch Cloud's materia from this point on. So that Aura Restore is going to be there for quite a long time. Then I gave Red 13 and Tifa just a random magic materia. One of them has fire and one of them has ice. I'm not even sure which one I did. But that's just for bottom swell, the boss fight after this next one. So there's kind of a lot of preparation in that menu, not just for this fight, but for a lot of fights coming up. And this minigame is really easy. If you just get 3 red bikes, these red bikes are actually the defensive AI. So they just kind of stay away from your sword and try to go for the car if they can. But for the most part, they're very passive and just try to stay away from you. They're scared. But the orange bikes are more suicidal. They're much more aggressive, and they just go straight for the car. So if you just get 3 red bikes, then just keep swinging your sword forever, and they will never get past you if you stay in the middle of the roads. But it's not like it matters. Like, if I take a lot of damage there, it's usually not a problem unless I take like a serious amount. So I could fight this minigame properly if I wanted to, but it's kind of boring if you've done it a few times. But the damage you take in that minigame carries on through this into this boss fight here. So if you were to do nothing in that minigame, then you would take a serious amount of damage and you'd have to heal. Okay, so in this fight I'm going to start by casting Bolt with Cloud and then throwing grenades with the other 2. Bolt is actually going to be doing more damage, I suppose. And at a certain point in this fight, I'm actually going to stop attacking for a little while. It's kind of like an AI manipulation to stop him from using his Rolling Fire ability. Rolling Fire is by far his strongest attack that would almost kill me from full HP. And it also has a really long animation, so even if I survive it, it's kind of bad. But after, I think it's 4 bolts from Cloud, I don't actually count, I just kind of watch the fight. But after a while I'm going to be stopping attacking for a little while, and then I'll wait for him to queue up his next attack. Because he only does Rolling Fire after like... I'm not actually sure if it's after he's been targeted a certain number of times or after a certain amount of damage or something. Okay, so here I'm not going to attack for a little while. And the boss is going to queue up a different attack that's not Rolling Fire. Then I'll wait for Cloud to almost have his turn back again, and then... there. So if I didn't do that, and if I carried on holding circle and casting bolt and grenades, then he would use Rolling Fire and probably kill me. But by not attacking there, it kind of skipped his turn, I guess. Or he used his turn to stand up instead of using Rolling Fire. Okay, now there's a skip here. We're going to talk to Barrett and try to leave the area at the same time. Normally if you just try to leave the area, then Barrett will interrupt you. But I tried to leave the area and spoke to Barrett at the same time, which is actually really precise. But by doing that, I was able to say, like, to leave the area and kind of skip the cutscene at the same time. That kind of looked normal, I guess. It looked like that was supposed to be how it goes, but I actually skipped a cutscene there, which is not really lengthy, but I don't know, it's like 20 seconds or something maybe. But a lot of the skips in this game basically consist of overlapping dialogue boxes and triggering two events at the same time. And then after one event ends, it allows you to move. So now we get the calm flashback. Unfortunately, there's no way to skip this flashback. There is a sort of skip on PC, but this is PlayStation. There's no method of skipping it. It's really long, like 20 minutes or something, 15 minutes. Okay, so this fight is pretty random. Need to rely entirely on Sephiroth's damage. He's going to hopefully attack Sephiroth. Okay, perfect. The only bad thing here is if Cloud dies, then Sephiroth has a 33% chance to cast Life 2 onto Cloud, even if he's already queued up his next attack. Okay, I got lucky. That's good. Life 2 is a complete waste of time. Sephiroth likes to do it sometimes if Cloud dies. It's really annoying. But Sephiroth's weapon is kind of unique and special, in that his attacks will always crit. So those attacks that he did there were critical hits, even though they didn't really look like it. So unfortunately, that means there's no real crit chance or any chance to one-shot that dragon. So when you think about it, Sephiroth's actually relatively weak, considering all of his attacks are crits, and he's only doing like 3,000 damage. Alright, now there is another skip here that you can do, but it kind of relies on having a newer encounter route. The encounter manipulation route that I'm using is really old, and I've just been kind of too lazy to learn a new one, I guess. But the way this skip here works is you skip this photo that is about to be taken by talking to the photographer by the mansion and trying to enter the mansion at the same time. That allows you to move and go towards the mountain without having to trigger the cutscene here that I'm in right now. But by doing that, Sephiroth never actually joins your party in the next area. So if you get a random battle, then Sephiroth won't be with you in that random battle. which means there's a very real chance of dying in the calm flashback, which is not supposed to happen, really, since Sephiroth is immune to all your attacks, or all the enemy attacks. And the reason I'm not doing it is because in this encounter route I don't get any preemptive or anything, I get a regular battle. But in newer encounter routes that do incorporate this skip, you get a preemptive with just solo cloud, so there's a really low chance of dying. Well, pretty much no chance of dying to the random battle. But yeah, this is far from a perfect run or anything, so there's quite a few skips and stuff that I won't be doing, and that's one of them. Alright, so if I did that skip, then Sephiroth wouldn't be with me in this fight. Which gave me a really, really high chance of dying, since these enemies pretty much one-shot me if they go for me. I was lucky to get that escape. It's pretty rare to escape that fight because Sephiroth is so fast, and if he gets a turn, then he'll kill them all straight away. Which is a little bit slower than running away. There's actually a little bit of a kind of skip here you can do. You can run out and then run back into this reactor, and then Sephiroth kind of disappears, like he's already moved to where he's moving to. Instead I'm going to get stuck here. But that's because of the loading times are running out and back in, it's only really faster on PC. It maybe saves a tiny amount of time on PlayStation, but because you can get stuck on the ladder and stuff, it's generally not really worth it. Alright, so we're basically done with this whole flashback now. Like I said earlier, there's quite a few really long cutscene breaks in this run. But usually after a long cutscene break like this, there's no cutscenes for a while. Alright, now the first thing I need to do is get across the marsh with the Zolom in it. There's a few different methods to this. The casual intended method is to go and catch a chocobo and run across the marsh, where he can't get you on a chocobo. Another kind of older method is to just get as close as you can to the other side, and then wait for the Zolom to be stuck in a corner somewhere. And then just kind of leg it and hope that he doesn't catch up to you. Another method is to save, like run halfway across and then save and reset and unload when the Zolom is about to get to you. And then the best method is the one that I'm going to be using. It's kind of wait until he's off in the far corner at that back. Which can take a while, it's kind of random. I was too close to the corner, so he kind of looped around and got me. The annoying thing is here is Red 13 is still front row and still has the cover materials, so he's probably dead here. Yeah. Okay, so by doing this, he is trying to turn around to catch me, I guess, but because I'm directly behind him, he doesn't know whether to turn left or right. Ends up not turning at all. I'm gonna do a safety save. I haven't actually saved yet, so I probably should. There's also another little skip here that I hopefully did. No, I did not. Okay, so when I menued there, I menued right next to a trigger, and if you menu right on the correct line, then you essentially menu like as you're about to run into the trigger for this cutscene. So once you menu and then close the menu, if you did it right, then you'll kind of skip that cutscene that I just had. And I thought I was in the right spot when I menued, but I was not quite, I guess. So I had the cutscene. It's not a huge deal. but that menuing to kind of skip through cutscene triggers like that only works on the ROM map. So that's the only time in the entire run that actually happens. Because there aren't very many world map cutscenes. There are a few, but the rest are like kind of essential. In some cases you can kind of soft lock your game by menuing at the wrong time on the road map. Actually, an example of menuing on a cutscene on a road map. If you open the menu just as you're about to run into Diamond Weapon, who's a boss on the road map, the boss that kind of slowly walks toward Midgar. If you menu just as you run into him, then you can just kind of skip the battle, but not really. If you do that, then Diamond Weapon disappears after you close the menu. But then since you never fought him, the game, like, you can't progress anymore. Alright, so now I'm going to restock on grenades in this town. This will be the last time I buy any. And I only need them for the next two bosses. So just selling a bunch of stuff that I don't need in order to be able to afford them. Okay, so this fight's a little bit random. I need to be able to poison this guy with bio, which has about, I think, a 44% chance to hit, or 46, or 40 something % chance to land poison. Sometimes you'll get first try, and sometimes you will just never get at all. And this boss will use water polo once he's been targeted 6 times, so I'm not going to Q a grenade just yet. And second try poison is not too bad. And what water polo does is it disables a character, so I want to get rid of that as soon as possible. I think if you get first try poison, then you can sometimes leave the water polo on for the rest of the fight. But I don't really want to take that risk here with the second try poison as well. It's actually really important that I end these fights with everybody alive, because every amount of XP I get at this point is pretty essential. Later on I need Cereth to join the party at a certain level, and if I miss XP on any character in any of these boss fights, then Cereth will join at a lower level, since when a character joins the party, they join based on the party's average current level. When Cereth joins, I need him to be like as high a level as possible. So this minigame, if you can call it that, takes 41 notches, 41 breaths, or whatever. And a full capacity here is 10, so just 4 lots of 10 and then 1. It's not random or anything, just kind of time consuming. There is actually a glitch you can do on that breathing minigame there, where if you time it so perfectly that you get the 10th breath just as the meter is about to reset. Because if you get up to like 10 when it's full and then don't press square again, then it resets back to 0. But if you time it so perfectly that it's on 10 and it's about to go down to 0, then you get 11 breaths in one. Which saves time because then you don't have to do the one extra one at the end. But it's kind of risky because obviously you risk going back to 0 and then getting nothing. And waiting all that time to fill up to full. And not getting anything out of it. Alright, so she gives me Shiva, which I am not going to use at any point, but I will equip it later on. For a pretty specific reason, I'll explain when I get there. It's quite a while from now. But there are a couple times in this run where I will actually use summons, despite them being a really long animation. Alright, so this dolphin minigame is kind of notorious for being difficult and weird, but it's actually really easy. If you just don't move at all and press square twice, then you'll always land up on the pole straight away. Or if you just, from anywhere, just keep pressing square, you'll eventually land up there. But it's actually quite a large area to jump from to get up there. It's pretty generous. Alright, so there's two mini games in Junon. The first one is the marching mini game. It's really, really awful. It's really horribly explained and works really terribly as well. I think pretty much everybody fails this mini game casually, but for the speedrun it's actually really important that I don't fail. For this mini game I need to get a percentage or a TV rating between 40 and 50. And anything lower than that, then I just get a grenade as a prize, which is not good. But for getting between 40 and 50, I get 6 ethers, which I need. And if you get above 50, you get 5,000 gil, which is not too bad, but I prefer the ethers to use them. Otherwise I have to buy tents with the 5,000 gil, and you can only use tents at save points and on the world map and stuff, so it's kind of inconvenient. This is also kind of an annoying screen. In a second I have to run between these two guards here, but because of the kind of depth perception and the weird camera angle, it's really difficult to run between them, and there we go. And if you don't make that in time, then the other guard runs in the way as well and makes it even more difficult. Okay, so like I said, I need between 40 and 50 here. Okay. The rating also randomly goes up and down, so whilst I was saying at 43 there is decent, there was a chance that the rating was just going to randomly shoot down. I think it has like kind of plus minus 4 randomly sometimes. I don't really know exactly how it works, but if I were to get really unlucky there, the rating would have gone down to 39 potentially. And I think the rating goes up randomly as well, when every time you kind of march correctly, every time I press circle at the right time. So now I get the tutorial for the second Junon minigame. Unlike the first minigame, this one's really, really easy, but it also has a much, much longer tutorial for some reason. And the first minigame, which is really difficult, has basically no tutorial. So it makes me watch these guys do every single maneuver, and then it tells me to do it afterwards. Which takes ages. Alright, now I'm going to do some quick shopping. I'm just going to grab a few Phoenix Downs in case people die. And then 11 Hypers and Tranquilizers, which are pretty useful. And then a few Tents as well. So Hypers and Tranquilizers are really useful items. What they do is they kind of counteract each other a little bit. Tranquilizers inflict sadness on yourself if you use them when you have no stats effects. And then the Hypers cure that sadness. But if you use a Hyper on yourself when you have no stats effect, then you get the Fury stats effect. And then Tranquilizers cure Fury. I'm going to be utilizing both Hyper and Fury and kind of using them to switch between them when I need to. And what Sadness does is it reduces the damage you take by 30%, which is really powerful. But it reduces the rate at which your limit gauge fills up when you take damage. And also you take less damage, of course, from the Sadness effect, so you basically don't get any limits if you have Sadness on. And then what Fury does is it increases the amount you get your limit gauge, but instead of increasing the amount of damage you take, you actually have reduced accuracy. I think it's 30% less accuracy or something when you have Fury on. For this minigame I need to score 100 or more. And I kind of messed up at the start, so that's usually not a problem. You kind of get a bunch of random commands and it kind of lasts a random amount of time too. But as long as I get 100 points, real good. Getting 100 points, you get the Force Stealer, which is a weapon for Cloud. And I just need that for the next fight. Since I have this weapon, I'm going to be using Braver a lot with Cloud. And since the weapon's a pretty big upgrade from the Buster Sword, the Bravers are going to be doing like twice as much damage as they otherwise would. I'm gonna grab this Ether in a chest here just for safety in case I need it at some point. Now on this ship to advance the story I have to go and talk to basically everybody and then Ares again at some point. So instead of talking to Ares now, I'm gonna go and talk to the other characters first and then talk to Ares last, because otherwise I have to go back to talk to Ares twice. Okay, so that was Ares. I spoke to her twice, and she tells me to go and see Barrett. Alright, so this next boss is Genova Birth. For this fight, I'm going to be utilizing Braver a lot and grenades from the other two characters. And to use Braver so much in one fight, I'm going to be using the Fury on Cloud that I talked about earlier. It's going to increase the amount of limit I get every time I get hit. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to equip Shiva onto Cloud. And what that does is, it's not to use, but it reduces Cloud's HP. By having more magic material equipped, you actually get lowered max HP. When you get hit, the amount of limit you gauge you get is like dependent on the amount of max HP you have and the amount of damage you take. So by having less HP, it's going to make it so that each of Genova's attacks, their like main attack, will fill my limit gauge just by getting hit once. Whereas if I didn't equip that Shiva, then I would just be a tiny bit of limit break away from getting my limit break after one attack. And so I equipped that Force Stealer and the Power Wrist deck. It's going to increase Cloud's strength by 10 on the Power Wrist, and then the Force Stealer is obviously a weapon upgrade. So now my Bravers are going to be doing like 300 damage, and each grenade is still like 140. Okay, stop first is not too bad. It kind of sucks that it hit. But every time she uses stop, then she doesn't do anything for like 3 turns consecutively or something, so since she's used stop, she's not going to do anything for a while now. And in fact, Cloud will be unstopped or something. Almost always by the time she attacks again. That wasn't the case here. And every time she attacks, if it's Tail Laser, it's a chance she'll do it twice. It'll be once or twice. And with the other ability, there's a chance she'll do it once, twice, or 3 times. With Tail Laser, it's kind of good if she uses it twice, because it means I get a Braver. But with the other ability, I just wanted to use it once, and preferably on Cloud. Another important thing is that whenever you get your limit gauge filled on one turn, your ATB gauge fills much faster for just the turn afterwards. So after Cloud's done this cure here that I queued up, his limit gauge is going to fill really, really quickly for his next turn. And now because of the limit priority, it would be Genova's turn here normally, but because of the limit break priority, Cloud's Brave is going to go before Genova. Whereas if I queued up a grenade there or something with Cloud, then Genova would go first. And again, she used stop, which is really good. She doesn't do anything for a while now. Plus it missed, so... She should be dead now, I think. Yeah, okay, cool. That was a pretty decent fight. I possibly didn't even need to cure, but I wanted to be safe. Alright, I got the Fruit Materia, which I actually will use later on. Alright, now I'm gonna unequip Cloud again. I don't need that Force Dealer anymore, I'm gonna be able to sell it. And I'm also gonna unequip the Power Wrist for the same reason. Let's need this change of saying that I accidentally said earlier. Just putting Restore further down the menu and confusing me. That's a setting there which changes the order in which the magic appears in the menu. And I accidentally put it on something that I'm not used to. Yeah, there is a small Easter egg here in this area. If you pay attention to the guy right at the back in the brown uniform. It's kind of hardly noticeable, but he gets like blown away from the helicopter. Alright, now there's nothing for me to do in Costa del Sol at all, so I'll just be leaving straight away. Typically here you get 1 to 2 world map battles, hopefully I just get one. Alright, now I'm going to force an encounter at the end of this screen. This is just to give me more favorable encounters in the next area. To make sure I get this encounter right next to the end of the screen. Which is pretty difficult to do. It's at about this point where all the encounter manipulation starts to get really difficult, and any kind of accidental movement and the wasted steps that I do is probably going to kill it for the rest of the run, and I won't be able to manipulate encounters anymore. Alright, it's at this point that I'm going to be trying to steal a right arm from these bombs. I'm not going to bother with those ones just yet, because later on there's an encounter with just one of them, which is more preferable, so I'll get less attacks, obviously, if there's any one. But I do need to get a right arm from one of those in the next time I encounter it. Alright, so the next encounter I get now on the next screen is going to be a bomb encounter. And from that I need to steal the right arm. It's the only time in the run where I need to steal something. And with Tifa's level on the enemy's level, it's about a 6% chance to steal it. And it always saves time up until around 9 steals, then it's like no longer worth it and you shouldn't have stolen it in the first place. So it's pretty luck based. Hopefully I get it straight away. Obviously not. This can take a really long time sometimes. Okay, that wasn't too bad, I guess. Probably broke even with how long or how much time it saves. That can definitely go much, much worse. Alright, so I sold some stuff I don't need and bought 14 Molotovs. Molotovs are basically a grenade upgrade, except they deal fire damage instead of normal damage. They deal about 330 odd. I'll be using them in a few places, not too much. Like I only bought 14, and I won't even use them all. So in a moment, that guy in the corner is going to ask me if I want to get on the like blue thing, whatever it is. And even though I am going on, it's faster to say that I'm not going on and then go on manually. Alright, so after buying those Molotovs, it was important to have 3,000 gil spare to be able to get into the gold saucer. Alright, now I'm gonna talk to Tifa and take her with me. If you don't talk to anybody here, then Ares runs up to you and she goes with you. It's much quicker to pick up Tifa and then run. Then we get to the Wonder Square to pick up Cereth. And for his name, I typically just delete the whole name and then press circle for the A. It's much easier for me to just hold X and delete the whole name than to try and delete the right amount of characters or delete, like, hold down X until it's just the C left and stuff. Cereth is really important to this run. He's the whole reason earlier that I said I needed him to be at high level. I'm also going to load him up with magic materia now to increase his magic stat a whole bunch. Okay, so I gave him a bunch of magic materia. I also gave him the enemy skill materia, which he's not going to learn enemy skill for a little while still, but it saves menuing later on. And the reason he needs all this magic stat, like the whole reason I put all this magic materia on, is just for the magic stat. And he needs to be able to one-shot a bunch of enemies in the prison in a moment. And whether or not he can one-shot them is really dependent on his magic stat. Unfortunately, in this game, every stat you get is randomized with some degree of variance depending on the character when you get them. So at the start of the game, Cloud has a random strength stat, random HP stat, like every stat is random within reason. And every time you level up in this game, your stat increases by a random amount as well. Again, like within reason. And so for this part I need Cereth, or hopefully I'm lucky enough to have Cereth start with a decent magic stat on top of all the magic that I gave him. And in the next area I'm going to be using Ifrit to kill a bunch of random enemies. And if I'm lucky and have a good magic stat and just get lucky damage rolls, then I'll be able to one-shot all the enemies. And if I'm unlucky, then the enemies will survive and I have to attack them again on the second round or something. But the important thing is here, and for the next decent while, for the next hour or something, all of the enemies that I kill have to be killed with Cereth if possible. From until now, until I get like 4 hours into the run or something, Cereth needs to have made up 40 kills, 40 enemy kills. And that's because he needs to learn his second limit break. In this game, limit breaks are learned either by one of two methods, well, 3 methods. The first is by using the first limit break a lot, or a certain number of times. So to learn the second part of level 1 limit, so for example cross slash for Cloud, you have to use Braver 8 times. But to learn the next level limit, limit level 2, you have to get a certain number of kills on enemies. And the limit I want for Cereth, which is slots, you need to kill 40 enemies to learn it. Now I just start making up 40 kills, and I have to keep counting in my head, I guess. Normally I kind of count with a program or a calculator or something. I have to keep track in my head. I haven't done it before. Hopefully I don't miscount. It looks like a good magic stat. I shouldn't have any problems killing the enemies. It's also really, really bad if I don't one-shot these enemies in particular. The two-faced enemy at the front. Every time you attack that guy, he has a 1 in 4 chance of counter-attacking. That's all he ever does, is counter-attack on a 1 in 4 chance. And so it's a 50-50 chance. So basically a 1 in 8 chance, he'll use Cereth 3 on everybody. And then a 1 in 8 chance, he'll use self-destruct. And regardless of what happens from that, it doesn't count as a kill if he kills himself, either by using Cereth 3 or self-destruct. So for the two-faced, it's really important that that dies in 1 hit. Otherwise you might not get the kill. And then the bandits are really bad too if you don't kill those, because they can mug and steal items from you. And the only item that's really bad if they steal is the elixir. If they steal that, then I have to go out of my way to pick one up later on, because I still need the elixir that I have. But if they steal anything else, then it's not a big deal. So I still need Cereth to get those kills that I need. There's actually only 2 more enemies in Coral Prison that I'm going to get in the next battle. I've got 2 Death Claws. So these guys have about 400 HP, so I need to throw a grenade with one of the other 2 and then Molotov them with Cereth. If I were really, really lucky here, they would use a laser on Cereth and I would learn the laser enemy skill. I don't need that, but if they happen to use it on me, I can save time with it. That's very, very rare. Okay, so thanks to the encounter manipulation, I'll always leave the prison with 8 kills. Unless one of the other enemies self-destruct or something, and it doesn't count. But that starts to change in a moment when we get onto the world map again. Then I need to farm up 14 kills at least on the world map. And since the world map has random battles, it can take a different amount of time every time. Alright, so Dyne is a pretty easy fight. I believe he has 1200 HP, so takes 4 Molotovs. But thanks to stealing that right arm earlier, I can just throw this straight away, and they all one-shot him. Just the time save, or time investment I made into stealing that. He also has, I think, a 50-50 chance to use a final attack when you kill him. I don't think he didn't do that this time, he didn't do anything. So that was a really good fight. But the other strategy, if I don't steal that right arm, is to, first of all, put Sadness on the Barret so that he can take more damage in that fight. And then just throw 4 Molotovs. But unfortunately that strategy is kinda risky, which is why I don't often do it, because if Dyne gets a bunch of criticals and does the final attack as well, and that can crit as well, then Barret can sometimes die, or you have to spend time healing before killing him. And the fight just can be a lot messier without the right arm. Alright, so after these cutscenes I'm gonna have to do a mandatory chocobo race to win my way out of the prison. And it's actually important that I win that race. If I lose, then I just have to do the race again until I win. But thankfully it's pretty easy to win. I'll pick up Ramu as well. Hopefully I don't need to use Ramu. That kind of depends on what happens on the broad map. Sometimes I will need to use them, sometimes I won't. Alright, got past both Chocobo tutorials. Okay, thanks to the stamina trick of holding down R1 and R2, this race is pretty free. There is always a random amount of time loss or time gain on this race though, just depending on how quickly second place finishes. The game doesn't actually let you progress and pass through the Chocobo race until second place is done. So after you cross the finish line, you always have to wait for a little while for second place to finish. It's looking like it's going to take a long time on this one too. We're really far behind. Usually the race is a little bit closer than this. I don't think I've ever won by that much before. Alright, now I'm going to put that Ramu onto Cereth in case I need to use it. And when I do that, I'm going to replace the Transform Materia. When Cereth joins the party, his Transform Materia already has 3000 AP on it. And that means that it sells for 3000 gil, and I don't need Transform, so that's like free money. So it's important that I make sure I take off or replace Transform there with Ramu. Okay, so looks like I'm going to have to use it here. It's nice to get a preemptive. There's a 50-50 chance here on which encounter I get. It's either going to be a Harpy or it's going to be 4 flat beats. Ideally I actually get the Harpy first, which is a 1 enemy encounter, not 4 enemies. But with that encounter I can learn Aqualung enemy skill, and then I can kill these flat beats much quicker with Aqualung instead of Ramu. Alright, got a TS bomb as well. Those TS bomb drops are actually really useful. Ideally I get 2 of them in total, I got 1 at the minute. Now I'm going to have to grind here a little bit to make up the kills that I need for Cereth. Like I said, I need at least 14 kills on the world map. I'm getting these flat beats before I land Aqualung is both the good and the bad thing. It's kind of bad for the animations, but it's the 4 kills and not the Harpy, which is only 1 kill, so it's also a good thing, really. No TS bomb this time. Also, I get out and back in the buggy. On average, if you get out and back in the buggy, you'll get the next encounter sooner than if you were to just move again right after an encounter. So between each of these battles, I'll get out and back in. Okay, this is the Harpy. Now, he's going to use Aqualung on either his second or third turn, depending on what he decides to do. Okay, so I believe I have 17 out of the 40 kills now, and I need to get 22 before I enter Cosmic Canyon, which is the next area. And since I can get 4 enemies and 1 enemies in that area, I'm actually going to go to a different area now, because I need 5 more. So I'm going to go down to here and farm here instead. I have a higher chance here of getting 3 enemy encounters. Here it's a 75% chance to get, or I think it's actually a 50% chance to get 3 enemies, 25% chance to get 4, and then 25% chance to get 1. So I'd like to avoid the 1 enemy encounter as much as possible, since I'm guaranteed to have to take at least 2 extra battles anyway. And if I end up with more than 22 kills, then that's also good. Now I'm at 20, so unless I get 2 single enemies in a row now, I'm guaranteed to get more than 22, and that's fine. That's why I changed to this area. I just moved to this beach now instead, just closer to where I need to be. That's the same enemies. And I got the egg. Of course. Needed 2 more kills and I get 1. That's really annoying. So if I counted correctly, I'm at 24 kills now, and I really hope I did count correctly, which means I can skip out on 2 enemies. But I think that I'll probably just end up killing them anyway, just for safety, because if I don't have 40 kills when I expect to, it would be really, really bad. Alright, so Cosmic Canyon's Red 13's time to shine. After this area, he's kind of irrelevant for the rest of the game. In terms of the story anyway, he's still going to be like the 3rd character that I use for most of the run. The main party I'll be using is the party I'm currently using with Cloud, Kate, Cereth, and Red 13. But for the most part, the 3rd party member doesn't really matter. There are some strats that use Sid instead of Red 13, but it really doesn't matter too much. It's just Cloud, Kate, Cereth. Cloud because you have to use him, and Kate, Cereth because the run relies on him, and then the 3rd party member is kind of irrelevant, doesn't matter too much. Now I just need to get a couple of party members for the next cutscene. Oops. The party here doesn't matter at all. Oops. Ran past the ladder by accident. Alright, so here I have to talk to everybody except Cereth to advance, but I have to talk to Red 13 last. And the others I can talk to in any order. So there's a really small time save here by talking to Tifa in between Red 13 and Tifa. If you talk to her on the other side, then you sit on the other side, but by sitting in between these two I can talk to Red 13 afterwards, without having to move or anything. game forces Red 13 into your party at this point, but since I'm using him anyway, it doesn't matter. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick. Just because I haven't in a couple hours. What? Alright, so in this cave I'm going to continue to kill everything with Cereth. And then by the time I leave this area, I need to have 35 in total. Which I think I should easily clear. Oh, I forgot to eat this. I should have eaten in the menu, but I forgot. And now Cereth's paralyzed. That was kind of annoying. So this next fight's gonna be 5 of those snake things now, 5 eggs. And this fight is just like this fight and the previous fight are really good for the kills. Getting both 4 and 5 enemies. And this is kind of the area where encounter manipulation really pays off. Because not only can I kind of manipulate these to get these encounters which have a lot of enemies in for more kills, but it also pays off knowing that like how many kills I'm gonna get in the next dungeon and stuff, so I can kill more or less things depending on how many I need. Unfortunately, the next encounter has only 1 enemy, but it dies quickly. This Key Spectre is weak to fire, so the Molotov does double damage and just one-shots it. I don't think I needed to kill him because I think I have two extra kills, so that's normally one of the fights I run away from if I don't need it. But just to be safe, I kill it anyway. Okay, so thanks to that TS bomb drop earlier, I'm going to be using that here. This is an item that does Demi 2 on enemies, it deals 50% of their HP and damage. So I use that straight away, Molotov, and I can finish this with an Akalong now. Again, it's important to kill these things with Cereth. Alright, now this one's going to be a little bit different because I only have one TS bomb. I'm just going to go for Dice on Cereth. Dice is a limit break that basically does random damage as its gimmick. It can deal anywhere from 300 to 2,400 damage. Yeah, hopefully it does 2,400, which it hasn't. 700, that's fine. So the normal strat here is to use Aqualung, then 2 Molotovs and an Aqualung again to kill it. I often like to just use Dice and hope that it one-shots it. But in this case it dealt about as much damage as Aqualung, so basically replace the first Aqualung. Alright, so this boss is kind of annoying. Usually I would want to throw the elixir with Cereth on this boss. He's not undead, so he dies to elixirs and explosions and Phoenix Downs and stuff. The reason we don't use a Phoenix Down is because it has only a 25% chance to hit, whereas an elixir or an explosion will always hit. So that elixir I picked up way back in Shinra headquarters is where I use it here. But this boss is really annoying because it's kind of random depending on your ATB. Like his turns take really, really long. He has really slow animations. So this is like taking forever now. Even though I've already queued up the elixir a long time ago, it's still waiting for him to do all his really slow attacks. And it's usually made worse by the fact that I need to go in with Cereth. So it can be annoying to get the Cereth's turn and then throw the elixir. It just gives him even more turns. Alright, so now I'm going to bring Ares instead of Red 13 with me. The reason being that Red 13 isn't part of the selection there, so like he joins right as I leave Causeway Canyon. So adding him to the party is not really an option. Unless I use the PHH, which is a waste of time. So I bring Ares with me. The reason being is that she has the least amount of HP and she's the most likely to die. Which, at the next boss and from there on afterwards, it's kind of a good thing to have other party members be dead, besides Cereth. Oh, I didn't explain this buggy trick either, by the way. So I'm getting in and out of the buggy, and every time I get out of the buggy, my encounter chances reset. So by just getting in and out constantly, I won't be getting any encounters. Alright, let's do a little safety save again here. There's actually a real chance I'll die to the next boss if I mess something up. And there's a save point before the boss, but if I use that save point, then it's kind of out of the way and it'd ruin my encounter manipulation if I went to that one. So whenever I have the choice to, I'm going to try and save on the road map. And again, I think I already have enough kills here with Cereth, but I don't think I actually need to kill these two, because I think I have 37. I'm not going to just kill them anyway. And the next fight I get will have 3 enemies. Okay, so these should be the last 3 enemies I need to learn Cereth's limit break slots. Thankfully I got that Echo Lung up straight away. If I don't, then these guys start paralyzing everybody, they're really annoying. So now I'm going to put those cover materials onto Cereth. I want him to start taking the attacks. I'm also going to hyper him so that he gets his limit break. And heal him up. Set his limit to slots. So slots is a limit break that has a lot of potential outcomes depending on how you time the attack. And with decent timing and practice, you can get the Cereth head every single time, which will one-shot every enemy in the game. So I'm gonna set the config back to active now. I need to heal Cereth for the next fight too. There's a good chance I'll get a random encounter on the way to Rocket Town. I just need to be able to run away from that. Alright, let's go do some shopping here for supplies for the rest of the run now. Sell a bunch of stuff that I don't need. And all the materia that I don't already have equipped. I also bought the barrier and exit materia. I bought barrier, but I only actually need it for the final boss. And I bought exit. Exit's a materia that will escape from the battle that you're in. And I don't really need that for most encounters, but it's just in case I get a pincer attack where you can't run away without defeating enemies. I can use it to escape from pincers then, so it's occasionally useful. Alright, so Sid I'm not going to use at all, except the one time in the game that you have to use him. But there are some other strategies out there that do use him instead of Red 13, but I have no idea what they are. But that'd be pretty much the same, since the third character is not too important. Alright, so now we get some cutscenes about Sid's past and everything before I have to fight Palmer. Alright, so like I said, I took Ares with me here because she has the least amount of HP, so it's ideal if she dies. Most ideally she dies to Materia Keeper. If Materia Keeper uses Trine, that would kill off Cloud and Ares. Unfortunately, he did not use Trine, so now everybody's alive still. If I'm lucky here, he would just kill Kate Sith straight away. But if he kills off the other two, it's not the end of the world. And again, just with correct timing and practice. Alright, so now the next boss is Red Dragon, which is quite a while away still, but it's at this time where I need to concern myself with filling Kate Sith's limit break before I get there. Unlike Materia Keeper and Palma, which I just did, Red Dragon I actually want to start the fight with his limit break filled before I get there. Because if I use Fury on Kate Sith, on Red Dragon, then Kate Sith will just get one shot. And I won't be able to survive a single attack, so I need to make sure I have my limit break filled there before I get there, and then have Sadness on Kate Sith so that he can survive if he does get hit. Alright, so there I put Kate Sith into the front row, so now he's going to take more damage and get his limit break filled a little bit faster from these random encounters. I also gave him the restore materia because at this point Cloud's going to start dying and just be dead for most of the run at this point, I guess. Like, at pretty much any point, ideally he's dead. I also gave Kate Sith the exit materia, which again is used to get out of pincers if I get any. And then the barrier materia. And I equip that now. I don't need it until the end of the game, but I need to start building up the AP on it to level it up, because I need to learn M barrier. And so begins the second trip to Gold Saucer. Alright, so now we need to head to the battle square and go talk to Dio again. And Dio has the keystone for us, which we need to access the Temple of the Ancients. But to give us the keystone, Dio makes us fight in the battle arena. But it doesn't matter how well you do here. At all. In fact, I'm just going to run from the fight. And in this case, if Cloud is actually dead when you enter this fight, then the fight just ends like immediately. You can save a bit of time. I ran away instantly, the enemy didn't get a turn, so that was pretty much the same as Cloud starting dead. Alright, so now the tram thing broke down, so this is the whole date sequence. I explained this earlier, but I'll be getting the Ares date. Just manipulating Barrett's or Tifa's is a waste of time. Barrett's date is actually almost worth it, because if you take Barrett's date, then you don't get the event square sequence with the play and everything. That gets completely skipped, but the amount of time you spend building up affection with Barrett to get that date makes it not worth it. Alright, so this play has a bunch of different dialogue options you can take. The fastest method to do is to take the second option on the 3 choices that you get. Which just so happens to be like, oh god, I took the wrong one then. It works out to be like all the comedic options. I took the wrong option again. I wasn't like expecting that option to come up because I took the wrong option on the second one, so that was pretty messy. That wasn't the fastest to play, but it doesn't matter much. They're all pretty similar in length anyway. Okay, so here you can control Cloud with a bunch of different buttons. But it's important to keep him doing something so that he doesn't look out the window. At multiple places, areas will prompt you to look out the window at something. And if you're not doing anything, then Cloud will look out the window automatically. Or you can press left to look out the window yourself. And then this one's forced. Alright, so here you're supposed to chase down Cereth, and he runs through a bunch of different areas and stuff. There's two methods to doing this. One method is just going straight to the Chocobo Square, and then if you go there straight away, he's going to be there. The method I use is go to the Battle Square first, and then go to the Chocobo Square. And what that does is it spawns you closer to the top of the Chocobo area. Because if you notice, you'll be able to see now the station tubes are right at the bottom. But the battle tube is right at the top, so by going to Battle Square first and then the station, it spawns you at the top of the stairs. Which works out to be like exactly the exact same amount of time as just going straight to the Chocobo Square. But I think that doing the Battle Square first on PC is faster because of the loading times. You do extra loads by doing the method that I just did. But yeah, you're supposed to chase him around to like almost all of the different areas of the God Saucer, but he just is straight at the Chocobo area if you go there straight away. Alright, so now I'm forced Cereth into the party. It's not a big deal. It doesn't really matter too much who's in the party at this point, just need to have Cereth. Also, still need to fill his limit break. And since I had just rested, forced to sleep at the God Saucer, I lost my Fury stats, so I have to reapply that now. Ideally you get the limit break before you get the God Saucer, but the only encounter I got was with 2 Jokers, and that's a really bad encounter to filling the limit break, because the enemy attack animations are really slow. and cover doesn't do anything for their attacks, except one of them. So now hopefully on the way to the Temple of the Ancients I get another fight that's better for filling limit break. Alright, so this is a really decent fight if you're lucky. If they use Flying Sickle on Cereth, they're pretty much done straight away. But you can't cover Flying Sickle. Okay, that should be it. Okay, that's way over enough. You don't cover Flying Circle because it's like a special type of attack and like an ability. So it's just a 1 in 3 chance that Cereth will get hit by it, which is what you need. I'm actually going to save on the next island when I get off the boat again. There's a really small chance I'll get a pincer, which is really nasty to get in this forest. And since if I die I would have to do the whole date sequence again and everything, I'm just not going to take any chances. The pincer has... okay, this might actually be it. It's not Sufi, I think. Yeah. So the pincer that you can get here in this forest has two slaps. They're like bees on each side, and they do Berserk Needle when they attack you. So if you get Berserk on Cereth, you're pretty much screwed straight away. Because you need to be able to cast Exit to get out of pincer, or like Aqualung or something to kill them. And yeah, they don't take much damage. If you get like berserked on everybody starts doing like 20 damage or something per attack. It takes ages to get out of the battle. And the enemies themselves will do like the same amount of damage, like 20 damage to you. So you don't really die and they don't really die. You can get stuck in that battle for like 5 minutes sometimes, and sometimes it would just be a complete game over. So I thought I might as well just save there just in case. This screen can be really hard to move on if you're not practiced. It's really easy to waste a bunch of steps here and lose in counter manipulation. And the reason I had the facultative limit on the world map is because that battle is really, really bad for filling his limit. So, and I'm not going to get any more encounters now before the boss. So. Alright, so I have to put everybody into sadness for the red dragon. His attacks are really powerful. And if people didn't have sadness on, then they would die to any attack. I don't really need Ares and Cloud to survive the attacks, but I thought I might as well anyway, just for safety. Alright, so this clock puzzle is pretty simple. I don't need to go into any of the extra paths, so I just go straight down to the next area. There's a ribbon in one of these areas, and I do need a ribbon, but I don't need a ribbon like that badly. I get a different one later on, which is quicker to pick up than this one. Alright, so this puzzle always starts off the same way every single time, so it's really simple. He always is in this hole at the start. And then I can always take the same pattern to get back up to the top as well. There's quite a few cutscenes before this boss, which makes it kind of one of the worst ones to die to. Especially considering I didn't save right before it, so hopefully I didn't mess up slots here. Fortunately, it's also not one of the bosses that are probably going to kill me if I miss slots. There's quite a few bosses and stuff in this. Quite a few bosses and encounters in this where I'll just die if I miss the slots. But that's not really the case with Red Dragon. I should be able to survive if I miss. Hopefully. Okay, good. I was pretty worried about this boss since I didn't save and stuff. Didn't save before it, and there's a ton of cutscenes before it as well, so... And the next boss is pretty notorious for killing you at Demon's Gate. Pretty infamous boss, I guess. And Demon's Gate has a really high level compared to kind of the average level here. Even casually, he's a really high level. And that means he has a really high crit chance, because the level difference kind of determines the chance to crit. I think it's actually the third dialogue option there. It's fastest, and I took the second one, but I can't remember. That's only a very small time save anyway. But yeah, Demon's Gate has a really high chance to crit. If he crits Cereth will die. And then the fight can get really messy from there on. If I get really unlucky, then I'll just game over and there's nothing I can do about it. But it's not so bad because I can save before this boss and there's basically no cutscene before it either. So if I die, then it's maximum a couple minutes lost. Put Fury back onto Cereth again. Now with Fury, any attack that Demon's Gate does onto Cereth will fill his limit. It's just a matter of hoping that I survive that attack. And the only way I'll die really is if Demon's Gate gets a crit with a rock drop onto Cereth. It'd also be really bad if, in the really rare case, that he uses Petrify Eye on Cereth. What Petrify Eye does is it's just slow numb, so it's like a 30-second countdown to your petrified. But with Demon's Gate AI, if he does Petrify Eye on someone, then he won't attack that character anymore. Okay, Cave-In's good. I think even if there's crits, Kate'Sif survives, so yeah, just about. Just so happens the crit to prove the point. Lucky I healed him too, because he had like 770 HP or something before I healed him. But he leveled up off of Red Dragon, and that was just enough to survive that attack. Good stuff. Ares died, but that's okay, because she's about to die anyway. Alright, so after these cutscenes, Barrett and Tifa are forced into my party. So the first thing I need to do is get Cereth back with the PHS. And then similarly to Red Dragon, I also need to fill Cereth's limit before the boss, the next boss. So I'm going to be doing the same thing again basically with the front row and using Hyper to get Cereth into Fury status to fill his limit faster. Alright, so you might have noticed I didn't use the Hyper there to put Cereth into Fury. And that's just because after I do the digging here, the game makes me rest. So if I apply the Fury then, it will just get cured immediately afterwards anyway. Alright, so I need to dig up the Lunar Harp here. Which hopefully I dug in the right spot. Yeah, okay, good. Now the enemies here that I need to fill my limit break on are actually kind of annoying. After they use Dance, Cereth will no longer cover my allies. Actually, I should be running from this. That's good that I had the one attack there. I got half of my limit break already. Alright, so this is the last encounter before the next boss, so I have to fill up my limit break here. Okay, nice. I think that was a crit or something, that was really lucky. Just a quick safety save. Alright, now there is another glitch in this next hut. It saves about 15 seconds, I think. What I need to do is open the chest that's on the lower floor and just go towards the bed and sleep at the same time to advance the story. And for some reason you can open the chest from up above. Okay. So this is going to let me move around at night, which you're not supposed to be able to do. and get back on the ladder. If I don't get on the ladder by the time those two characters spawn, Cereth and Tifa, then I get stuck at the top and I can't go down the ladder anymore. I have to reset. Which is the main reason I saved a second ago. And ordinarily, once you wake up from that sleep, you get a short cutscene with the two other characters. Alright, so this boss is a little bit awkward if I miss slots on, because I put the water ring on the Cereth, so if I miss slots, I won't die, because this boss only does water-based attacks, so it's impossible for me to die here, really. But if I do miss slots, then because I won't take any damage here, it's impossible for me to fill my limit break again. So it just turns into a really, really long fight, where I won't die, but it'll take ages, since I can't refill my limit break. So every character in the game here has a different animation they play here when Ares dies. And they all have different lengths as well. The longest one being Yuffie. She hangs around for a good like 20 to 30 seconds before she walks off. I think Red 13's is the fastest. He just kind of howls and then walks off or something. But I don't really get a choice in party members yet. I need to have Tifa in my party for later on. Otherwise I get like an extra cutscene. And obviously I need Cereth for the bosses, and Cloud is a forced party member. Alright, a quick safety save before I change disc. It's gonna be a really awkward disc change since this PS2 is kind of broken. Alright, it worked. Disc 1's by far the longest disc at almost 5 hours, hopefully less than, good, yeah. And disc 2 is like 2.5 or something, 3 hours, and disc 3 is like 20 minutes. So definitely done with the majority of the game now. Oh, I forgot Tifa died. I should probably... no, she's fine. I'll leave her dead. Soon enough, I'm gonna want all my party members dead besides Cereth anyway. Just so that Cereth is the one that's guaranteed to get hits in fights. So I get his limit break faster. Again, there I pick up a chest through the... from a lower level. Get the Vault Armlet, it's a really essential item. Vault Armlet's an armor that absorbs any lightning damage, which is going to be really essential for a couple boss fights. Alright, back on the world map. Hopefully I get like 2 encounters at most here, sometimes you get 3. If I'm really lucky, I'll just get 1. Very nice, one encounter. That's good. So now that Ares has died, we go snowboarding to celebrate. I need to pick up the snowboard in the kid's house and the map in the right hand side of the shop, or the right hand side of the town, sorry. But before I can do that, I have to trigger this cutscene. And there's actually a really small skip here that saves a couple seconds. After I dodge this punch from Eleanor, I get a text box appearing. And then the guards are going to run past. And what's going to happen is with that text box still open, I'm going to press circle to talk to the guard as they run past. And then that's going to kind of cause two things to happen at the same time. I get rid of that text box, and then I also get this conversation with the guard, which you otherwise wouldn't. If you get rid of the text box and then try and talk to the guard, that's not going to work. Normally you'd kind of just have to stand there for ages before you can move again. So now I have to get the map, even though I don't use the map, it's just essential. Otherwise you can't progress. And all of these balloons here do absolutely nothing. At least in the gold saucer they do something, but for this snowboarding section they do nothing at all. At some point in the snowboarding there's going to be like two different paths that I can take. And depending on which paths you take, you end up in a different area in the Great Glacier when you land. So the route that I'm going to be taking on this snowboarding is not only faster to get to the bottom, but it's also faster to get closer to the next objective after I land. Also, any time I spend in the air is wasted time here. So I'm jumping over these, which is, you spend a little bit less, oh god, bonk. You spend a little bit less time in the air if you jump over those than if you just ride up the jumps manually. But anytime you're in the air, you're losing speed. And anytime you're on the ground, you're gaining speed, generally, so... These snowballs here, they go past have a really strange hitbox. Sometimes it'll look like I go straight through them. Other times they'll help me and they look like I shouldn't have got hit. I honestly have no idea how the hitboxes work, I just hope for the best. Getting hit by these crystals is not a big deal. You get your speed back again pretty quickly. It doesn't make you fall over or anything, so that wasn't too bad. And since I went right and then left on the snowboarding options, I spawned closer to where I want to be in this maze area. Alright, now this large snowfield here acts exactly like the road map, except that you can't save here. So any encounter manipulation I'm doing doesn't apply in this area because the whole movement and everything is the same as the road map. And so if I'm lucky I won't get a battle here, sometimes you do get a battle. Yeah. So that kind of sucks. It's not part of the manipulation or anything, it's just like a road map battle. But I guess it's not too bad considering I got to the Icicle Inn with only one battle in the first place. Alright, now there's 3 of these climbs when you climb up the edge. Only on the second climb up do you need to actually shiver to get the degrees to increase. On the first and third climb, if you move quick enough and go in the right direction, you don't need to stand still at all. It's when you get to 26 degrees, it spawns you back at that cabin that we ran past at the bottom of the hill. Alright, now after this encounter I need to do some walking for encounter manipulation, but it can be particularly tricky here because I can't see what I'm doing. I'm behind a wall. So I just kind of need to wing it and hope I walked enough. I think I did. Alright, so I put the bolt armor onto Cereth. He's going to have that on for the rest of the game now. It absorbs lightning damage. And I also put the ribbon that I just picked up onto him as well. He'll also have that on for the rest of the game. There's only a couple of places where the ribbon is actually necessary. But it definitely is necessary. And it doesn't take long to pick up. Alright, so this is another enemy. It's really similar to Materiki, but I just need to learn Magic Breath enemy skill here. There's two reasons for this. One is kind of useful to have, not that useful, but I also need to have Cloud die. And Magic Breath is a really nice way to have that to happen. Usually Tifa's alive too, so... By having the bolt armlet on, Magic Breath is actually 3 elements in one. It's lightning damage, ice damage, and fire damage all in one. And if you even absorb one of those, then you absorb all of Magic Breath. So, thanks to the bolt armlet that Katsu survives and everybody else dies to it. So again, on the second climb I need to stop and shiver at some point. It's impossible to make the whole climb without stopping once. This next encounter I'm gonna get can be a little bit scary sometimes. It's just 2 penguins, but it's in a back attack, and they have a pretty high crit chance. So if they happen to both crit and then maybe get a third attack in, I'll probably die. They're pretty deadly. Alright, that's fine. That was actually pretty good because now I got my limit break, so I don't need to wait for my limit in the next fight. I can just go straight away. Now these icicles have only 3000 HP and you only need to kill those to win the fight. So if I were lucky enough to learn laser earlier on in Coral Prison, this is where I would use it on these lasers, on these icicles. Because they're actually weak to gravity as well, so if you use Demi 2 on them, or like a 50% damage ability, then they die instantly because they take twice as much damage. And you only have to kill 3 of these icicles, you don't need to kill the 4th one. Killing the 4th one just gives you access to a save crystal and a chest. I think it's just a chest, actually. I don't remember. It lets you get somewhere, but you don't need to go there. Alright, this can be scary for a while. Kitsup's gonna be the only one alive for quite a long time now. Grab that enhanced sword, that's just a cell. I believe it sells for 4,000 gil. It's not entirely necessary, but I kinda like to have it just in case. Okay, so this Marlboro, I need to fill my limit here. I need him to use his frozen beam. Not bad breath. This is also one of the reasons I picked up the rune. At least unlock this. Okay. I'm gonna use escape here. I can run, but I really just don't want to risk him using another damaging attack or anything. It's much safer just to use escape. Alright, I might lose all my encounter manipulation now. I'm gonna go out of the way to save, which is gonna waste a ton of steps. But I really don't want to risk the next boss without saving. Because if I miss slots to this boss, it's guaranteed death. And I haven't saved since the disc change. This is one of the reasons I picked up that bolt armlet, is that these guys do lightning attack as a final attack. Both of them did. So thanks to the bolt armlet, I absorb all that, and then they die. Actually, unfortunately, I can't really remember much of the encounter manipulation past this point anyway. I don't have any notes or anything, so I'm not going to be able to do any more encounter manipulation or anything. Okay, so on this encounter route, I'm going to encounter a Gigas here, and Gigas has a really small chance to cast Quake 3, and if he does that, I'll die. Okay, he didn't. Good. For some reason on this encounter route, this Gigas is in it. I don't know why. It's kind of silly because he has a chance to just kill me. And with manipulation, we should be able to take that Gigas out with the encounter route, but he's in it. I don't know why. It's a really old route that I'm using. The newer route definitely wouldn't have that encounter. Safety's haven. There's a lot of areas where I can die around here really easily, so I'm being extra cautious. Okay, so there's 3 of these wind pools. The first one is really easy to get past if you just smash through the text really quickly and then run up. You'll always get through it straight away. The second and third are a little bit trickier. This is a little bit tricky here as well. I'm actually controlling clouds at the bottom of the screen, but the camera pans up, so I can't actually see what I'm doing. I'm gonna put sadness on the Cereth now. Since I'm alone, if I don't have sadness on for the next boss, there's a chance I'll die. Okay, so this wind's wall is really easy. The strategy here is to just tap. Oh shit, never mind. It's not easy, it's really difficult. I kind of fucked up at the start of the screen. I walked a little bit too much. I should be able to hopefully survive. Yeah, okay. These things have a chance to cast Arrow 3, which will just kill me straight away. Thankfully he didn't do that. That was a waste of time though, I didn't mean to get that fight. And now I have to concern myself that I don't have any limit break for the boss. So ordinarily I'd have my limit already for this boss, and it'd be pretty similar to all the other bosses. But starting this fight without my limit is a little bit sketchy. So the reason I revived Cloud was if she does this red light, she can do it 3 times sometimes. And shit, I was hoping that she would hit Cereth. This is really bad now. I'm probably gonna die. Hopefully she casts Silence. Oh yeah, it's probably dead. I'm dead. Okay. That was sketchy. We got it. So I haven't had the chance to explain yet since I haven't missed slots yet, but only the first time you open the slots in a fight can I do the method I've been doing so far. Any subsequent time you open up the slots, they'll continue off, like the reels will start at where you left them off, basically. So doing a second attempt or a third, fourth, etc. attempt at slots is much harder than doing the slots the first time. I got really lucky though. Alright, the last wind ball. I hate these things. Alright, unfortunately now is the least interesting part of the whole run. There's a whole lot of cutscenes for a long time now. I guess now's probably a good time to try and explain how the slots work, I guess. Especially since I just missed. So the way the reels work and how fast they spin is I believe it's 8 frames per icon on the reel, each reel. 30 FPS, so there's just less than 1/3 of a second to time the circle, the input, for each icon. And at the start of the fight, the first time you open the reels, they always start in the same place. So with enough practice, you can kind of just get the timing down on how long to wait until you press circle for each one. But like I said, that only works for the start of the fight when the reels start in the place that you know they're going to start at. So every time after that, every second or third time you open the reels in the fight, they'll continue off from where they last were. And the reels don't really like you much either. So the first reel will always play fair. It will just land on whatever you press circle on. It will just land on that, as you probably would expect. And then the second reel can sometimes help you depending on which slot you're going for. So if you're going for Mog Dance, which is star, 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 if you get a star on the first reel, then the second reel will spin up to 4 additional icons to help you out and try and get you the star that you need. But if it's more than 4 icons away, then you'll just miss slots and you won't get it. But for getting the Kate, the game over that I've been doing, the game doesn't help you for the second reel either. And in the third reel, it actually tries to make it impossible to get the third icon. Unless the game time is divisible by 64, so there's a 1 in 64 chance, the game will actually supposed to let you get the Kate Sifs lined up. But to circumvent that, we double tap on the third reel before the game tries to counteract getting the Kate Sifs. So if you time it correctly and you don't do the double tap on the third reel, then the third reel just rolls over to the next icon, which is a star. So if you don't get lucky, I guess, then you'll get Kate star. But yeah, we can double tap before the game rolls over to that star, so you can still get the Kates lined up. Almost got control again. Like I said, there's a lot of cutscenes in this section, so not an awful lot to talk about. I knew I'd be alone. Everyone gone to bed. I think this is the only time in the game where you control Barrett very temporarily. Yeah, sure. Cheers. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so there's actually a really big skip coming up in a moment. It saves about 2 minutes or something. But it's kind of hard to notice that I even did a skip in the first place. Still not for a little while, but I'll point it out when I'm doing things. But essentially you skip an FMV and a few little cutscenes. Alright, so after all these guards have reacted and stuff to this missile shot, the camera's gonna pan up in like the computer room, and during that kind of cutscene I can control Barrett at the bottom of the screen even though you can't see him and he's like invisible. Like I'm controlling him right now. And I missed it. Whoa. Okay, I haven't missed that in ages. It's so easy. Oh well. Well, essentially you kind of run through that door at the bottom with an invisible Barrett that you can't see, and then you skip like the stuff that's happening now. I'm really surprised I missed that. It's been so long since I've seen this cutscene now. If I did that skip, then all of these cutscenes here would be missed. And this is where I'd end up if I did that skip now. So you can kind of see it saves like a good 2 minutes or something. But basically, if you do the skip, you run through the door at the bottom with Barrett, and then you kind of run down the stairs and run back through this area here. And then Barrett ends up at the gas chamber where I was just a moment ago. Now, if I'm still on encounter manipulation, I should just only get one encounter in Juno, which I think I am, despite saving before she's yeah, I'm definitely only going to get one encounter. But now I really don't remember the rest of the manipulation for the game, and I don't have my notes, so it doesn't matter much, because it's going to die at this point anyway. I really don't remember the rest. awful minigame. I don't think I've ever done that minigame perfectly without messing up one of the inputs. Alright, so at the end of this gun now, I'm gonna have the slapping minigame. It's actually faster to just lose the slapping minigame. There's no reason to win. Alright, so now we finally have the Highland. The first place I need to go to is Medial. There's still quite a few more cutscenes to go through before I can get back to any like action. Alright, so I'm forced to go and get a pie before I'll be able to fly the high wind. It doesn't matter which pie moons I get. I need to get him a deal to trigger some cutscenes, and there's no fights there or anything. And then by the time I do have to do some fights again, the game will force me to get another pie, so I'll just select the proper pie numbers then. But the shopping I'm about to do in Medeal is actually really important. I need to buy a bunch of HP plus to survive attacks later on. But I also need to make sure I finish the shopping with just over 4,000 gil. Or 5,000 or 6,000. Preferably 4,000. I think that'll be fine. It's a bit of an awkward amount. I think it'll be okay. And that's preparation for Fort Condor. I need to have a specific amount of gil for Fort Condor to do the strat that I want to do. But I'll explain that a little bit more when I get there. There's still a couple cutscenes here in Medeal. Well, they're not the live stream cutscenes yet, that's a while away. Alright, the next area I'm going to is Fort Condor. There's quite a few strategies to deal with the minigame that I'm forced to do there. One of them involves, the most casual strategy, I guess, the most common one is to just lose the minigame as fast as possible and then kill the boss. Then an older speedrun strategy was to spawn a bunch of soldiers and further down as fast as you can, and then just kill the first enemy that spawns. And since all the enemies on the screen are dead at that point, that ends the minigame straight away and you win. But then a faster strategy was found where you just kind of spend all your money, and then in the minigame, if you have no units on the field and you have no money at the same time, and you can't spawn anything else, then the game just ends, and then you lose, and then you have to fight the boss. So that's the strategy I'm going to be going for here. I'm just going to spend all my money as fast as I can. But the problem is, you can only actually delete units that are like structures, like turrets and stuff. So if you spawn a bunch of like human minions, soldiers and stuff in the minigame, like you can't delete those, so you'd have to go and get them killed or something. So now we get Sid as a leader instead of Tifa, since Tifa stays behind him a deal. Now we get a pie selection of 4 characters. Barrett's the one I leave behind. The Highwind is very kind of empty without Vincent and Yuffie. Alright, so there I equipped the Wizard Bracelet onto Red 13. This increases his magic stat by a lot. So now Red 13 can cast some pretty strong spells with Aqualung and Magic Breath. Although with him I'll only use Aqualung because Magic Breath costs a lot of MP and Aqualung deals enough damage in every case anyway. And I put on a bunch of HP plus onto Red 13. I actually put on more HP plus than I need on him. I meant to put 2 onto Kate and 3 onto Red, but it doesn't matter. I didn't bother spending time to fix it since it's not important. Okay, so you actually have to go here for the story, for the huge materia. But you don't necessarily have to, like, win. I have a really odd amount of gil, so I might run into some problems here. But like I said earlier, the strategy here is just going to be to run out of money as fast as possible. So I'm going to be building the most expensive unit I can, and then the next expensive after that. Which I don't know what it is. This is fine. Okay. So they already had 80 gil left. I couldn't build anything else, so the game just ends for me. And now again, in this fight, the fastest strategy is to just die. Because if you win this fight, then you win the whole minigame and you get more cutscenes, but if you lose, then you get less cutscenes. That's really unfortunate. Oh, I did the damage, okay, cool. That works. That was a little bit slow. Now we get kicked out of Fort Condor, and you can never return if you do this. That's like a permanent loss. They get rid of the rope, so you can't climb up anymore. But for a speedrun, that obviously doesn't matter. I didn't intend to go back anyway. Also with the Highwind, I move by holding down square. It's not any faster or anything, but it does prevent having to turn around all the time, which would waste time. But the movement speed of the highway doesn't increase or decrease at all by doing this method. Just gonna save here again, even though I saved already on the world map. I'm still on encounter manipulation. I do remember there's some walking to do on this screen, but I forgot how much. So I'm just gonna walk for a bit and hope that I walk the correct amount. Alright, these guards die tackle long, but they can be a little bit annoying sometimes. Ooh, I hit the wrong thought I was on redstone. They can be a little bit annoying if they put Red 13 to sleep. But that didn't happen here, thankfully. Alright, so this minigame here is like a more of a rhythm thing than a mashing thing. Yeah, that was kind of bad. I aim to try and at least get there before 9:50 on the clock. Alright, so this train has a series of fights. It's going to be four main fights. This is the first one. And this train is all about really just optimizing filling K-Tip's limit break. That's not going to work. That's really unfortunate. Red 13 got silenced here. this whole part is about optimizing K-Tip's limit break usage and menuing as little as possible. So that fight I killed with Magic Breath, Oracle Lung, plus the Dragon Bang that I got earlier. And then save my limit for this one. And the next fight I get is actually a really strong enemy. So I'm gonna have to heal before that one. Ordinarily I would use front row Cereth here, so he takes less hits to get full limit, but it's a little bit risky and I don't really want to take risks right now. So it's probably going to take 2 hits. Okay. Sucks that I got hit twice. If I didn't get hit twice I wouldn't have bothered healing. But since he attacked me again, I'm going to have to heal now. I forgot I left HP on active. Alright, this last fight is the easiest, just one card. You can still be annoying though by silencing or sleeping red 13. Alright, there is a skip here. I've never actually managed to pull it off before. I missed it. Basically, you need to talk to that old lady there and the cutscene that I just walked into at the same time. It's really precise. I basically haven't spent any time practicing it, and I never got it in any runs or anything. But it saves going through this cutscene here. It's actually a pretty big deal. But it's really tricky, really finicky. Alright, now we have to get back to Medeal. And there is one more fight before the live stream cutscenes. Alright, so I'm gonna get in a fight with Ultimate Weapon here. And this fight ends after 3 turns. After he's been hit 3 times, or after he's done 3 turns, sorry, he'll fly away and that'll be the end of the fight. Or you can deal, I think, 20,000 damage to him, and then he flies away sooner. In this case, I'm just going to use slots on him, which is a little bit faster than waiting for him to use his 3 turns. But if I miss slots, then that's like fine, because I can just survive the 3 turns anyway. But yeah, you can't really kill this guy here. Alright, now it's time for everybody's favorite cutscenes. These live stream cutscenes are really interesting the first time you go through them, or if you were like following the plot, but the sequential times you go through them it gets more and more boring every time.
think the worst part about all these cutscenes is how boring the music is. And it does change for like one small portion of it in a minute, or later actually. But it plays this music for almost all of this section. Unfortunately, there's no skips or anything whatsoever in this whole section. All these cutscenes, there's really not much to mention. Not too much left of this cutscene.
What's up?
Not too badly.
Is the PS2 working?
Haven't died yet, so the run's pretty good. This part here is actually the longest break in the run if I needed it. There's a lot of auto-scrolling text I can't speed up at all. I think it's like a good 2.5 minutes or something break. Alright, finally done with that. Mostly anyway, still a tiny bit left, but most of it's done. Next area I'll be heading to is the underwater reactor. And chasing down the submarine though. But this is probably the last really long cutscene, I think. There's still a few more, like, kind of 5-minute cutscenes, but this is the last cutscene. It's a good 15 to 20 minutes or something. I'm not exactly sure how long. Right, so after this I have Cloud back in the party now, so for the rest of the game I'm going to be using Cloud, Cereth and Red 13. Except the one small, very small portion where Sid is forced into your party. Alright, finally the cutscene finishes. I'll head to the underwater reactor in Junon. I actually leave Cereth on neutral here. I'm not going to use any Hyper or Fury, or Drink Sadness. Because I want him to take damage to fill his limit, but I also don't want him to have the reduced accuracy that comes with having Fury on. So I'm just going to leave him on having nothing. So there's quite a few forced fights in this area where I have to take care of some Marines and guards and stuff. So I need to be able to use Echo Lung with Red 13 and Magic Breath with Cereth. But if I have Fury on Cereth, then he has a 30% chance to miss with each of his spells. Actually, just gonna do some quick safety shopping here. I want to grab a few Phoenix Downs. If she sells them, she should do. She doesn't. Never mind. All of the items change when you get to disc 2 from disc 1. Normally she sells items. I guess on disc 2 she sells weapons. It's kind of annoying. That's okay. I'll buy some Phoenix Downs somewhere later on if I feel the need to.
I definitely bought less than I normally do earlier on.
And I kind of want more than normal as well, since it's like a marathon run. I'm gonna use ATV weight for these fights, just to try and reduce the number of turns all these cards get. By waiting for that guard to move forward there, this next fight is going to be a pincer. If you run straight into that guard, then you fight him on his own, and then you fight the other two guards separately. These guards are particularly annoying. They always get 3 turns each, well, every 1 turn, so... Oh, nice. That's really rare. Okay, I managed to act quickly and went first. I got good ATB, so I never got a single turn. That's really, really rare. So this boss shouldn't go too wrong. Hopefully he doesn't pick up Gateseth. On really rare occasions he'll pick up a random party member. The only way this can really go badly is if he picks up Gateseth, and then I can't control Gateseth. Didn't even get a turn. Fights can be a little bit sketchy. I actually need S mines to drop. Preferably I get 3, but I kind of at least want to get 2 to drop from these guys. Okay, I didn't get any, but there's still a chance to get some at Rocket Town.
Yeah, so you have the choice of fighting those guys or just taking them prisoner. Obviously, it's faster to not fight them. This is a really, really easy minigame. The controls for this submarine minigame are really kind of confusing the first time you play, but the enemy sub that you need to take out always spawns right in front of you, so if you know the controls, this is really, like, free. Alright. Alright, I actually really need a break, so I'm just gonna have to pause here real quick or something. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes or something, I don't know. Hello? Yeah, we good? Alright,
Don't worry, it's included in the estimate. We'll be fine.
we'll be fine. As long as I don't die now. To be honest, I kind of need to not finish this run too early anyway. Considering the next run I might not even be here. Where am I? Okay, this is the only thing you need the submarine for, is to get the same hidden away. Alright, good. So Rocket Town is kind of similar to the underwater reactor I just went through actually. It's kind of a series of guards and unescapable fights that I have to deal with, and then I have to deal with Rude, the Turk. I can't help but feel like I've forgotten to do something before coming here. Okay, we're good. For some reason I thought I had skipped out on the story plot point or something. Alright, I got that S-mine I needed. Okay, keep putting Red 13 to sleep on goods. Alright, now after this fight, the game's gonna force Red, Sid into my party instead of Red.
Got another S-Mine. If I knew I was going to get that, I would have used it on the previous fight. Oh well. The reason is I need 2 for this guy. I mean, I can cast Magic Breath and use an S-Mine as well if I need to. So Sid tries to urge me to go and get the Etheria in the rocket before leaving, but it's totally optional and skippable. Alright, it's nice to go back to Cosmic Canyon to see Bugenhagen to continue the story some more. There's not really much in the way of boss fights for a little while. Thankfully we don't actually spend too much time here.
Not even my banana. It's just there. Alright, so we leave immediately, and thankfully it takes us straight back to the high one instead of having to run all the way back. Actually, at this point, I don't have to worry about world map battles anymore. No more world map random encounters. And now they've got Bugenhagen, we have to come here for some more cutscenes. Thank you.
This cutscene's actually pretty laggy because of the water effects in the background. Forgot to leave. The amount of lag you get in that cutscene kind of changes a lot depending on which console you're playing on. There's a couple areas where they put like FMVs in the background and it's pretty laggy. Alright, so after all that diamond weapon is gonna spawn now and run towards Midgar. Or walk. And while he's walking towards Midgar, I can't fight him until he actually reaches land. So there's nothing for me to do except just wait until he gets there. Alright, so like I said, there's nothing for me to do here, just wait until he arrives. Can't fight him until he gets to land. Switch Red 13 in instead of Sid again, and now I have to buy the rest of the game. There's no more changing. I'm actually gonna go and buy some safety supplies, Phoenix Downs and stuff, just in case I need them.
Unfortunately, he only travels when I'm on the world map, so that was kind of a waste of time, but... I want it to be safe. On the original version of the game, this diamond weapon fight wasn't actually any battle, it was just some cutscenes that played when you ran into him. The same cutscenes that play when you beat him. But this was added in the international version. Target kits if that's good. Shit. Second miss of the day. Okay, cool. Still got the backup, not too bad. I only missed the first slot by like 1 frame or 2 frames maybe. But yeah, in the original version of the game, these cutscenes would just play immediately if you run into Diamond, which kind of makes it make more sense that he's just walking away.
Alright, so there's a pretty big skip coming up in a minute that saves like a good 10 minutes or something. I haven't tell the menu when I land, but I pressed triangle too soon. That's annoying. Alright, so Cereth needs about 3000 HP for the next boss to be consistent-ish. But yeah, the skip I'm about to do skips returning to Midgar. On Disc 2, like, at this point in the game, you're supposed to go back to Midgar and raid on Midgar and fight Proudclods and the Turks, and then fight Hoja at the end. But with the skip I'm about to do, I'm about to skip straight to Hoja and not fight Proudclod or the Turks in Midgar. And to do that, I'm gonna take control of like an invisible cloud in the cutscene and move him into the trigger that starts the Hoja fight. So here, Reason's gonna phone Hoja or something, and it's gonna show Hoja in a cutscene. But in almost every cutscene in this game, there's actually an invisible cloud somewhere on the screen. And it just so happens that the cloud in this cutscene is right next to Hoja. So you still can't see Cloud here, but he was next to Hoja, and for one frame, as the screen is loading in, I can control that cloud to enter the cutscene with Hoja, and that's just gonna skip straight to this fight. And that saves you like 10 minutes or something, and one boss fight. But it does kind of break the music. So now the music for this fight and for the rest of the disc now, or well, really for the rest of the game, but I'll reset the disc change to fix it. The music is going to be really like just broken and busted. For this Hoja fight there won't be any music at all. And this is also the hardest fight in the run because I have to do slots 3 times in this fight. The first time is going to be the same as always, where I can just do the timing from the start of the fight. But then since I need to do it 2 more times, all in the same fight, the consecutive 2 times I have to do the slots is a lot harder. Alright, so now the next 2 forms of Hoja are going to be really difficult on the slots. I have to time them like more manually than I have been. I have to do it once more now for the 3rd form. I think pretty much every runner of this game has a different method of doing the slots, the backup slots, the way I was just then. I think I'm the only one that buffers it like that. Some other people just kind of let the reels spin and just time it as they see the gates go by, like I did for the 3rd reel.
Alright, nice. Not missing any slots on Hojo is really good. That's a really hard fight. And the music's gonna continue to be bugged for the rest of the game. The victory music is gonna play for a while now. But I'll save and reset when I change disc onto disc 3 to fix the music for the final disc. But ordinarily the music would just be busted for the rest of the game. Yeah, that's it for disc 2. There's quite a few cutscenes before the disc change, but after that it's no more cutscenes. Alright, now I'm gonna soft reset anyway to fix the music for the last disc. It's only about a 20-minute disc, but it kind of sucks without the music. And I have time, I think, so. Alright, final area. No more cutscenes, 3 more boss fights. So I front row red and cloud there. I want those two to die before I get to Genova. So I took off the covers on Cereth as well, so that I didn't cover attacks from random encounters and stuff. There was actually a very small time save that I missed right at the start of this dungeon, where if you open up the chest when the rocks fall, then you can move while opening the chest. It saves like 1 second. But I need the chest anyway. I need that save crystal, not only to use to save for safety, but also for another skip later on. It's a little bit more significant. Cereth almost dead. It's not a massive deal if they don't die. In fact, it kind of works as safety if they don't die. Alright, now here's the next skip. I want to open the menu as soon as I grab onto this ladder thing. Oh, I had it then. There we go, okay. So now I grabbed onto the ladder with this save box open. I'm gonna run into the next cutscene. And when the cutscene starts, I can say no to this. And that's gonna let me move in this little cutscene here. I'm gonna send everybody else right except the 2 that I want. And then there's more to that cutscene there where you see them all like travel down the path that I told them to go down. But since I can move in that cutscene, I can skip that part once I told which team to go where. Alright, yes, that's it. There's still some more random encounters, probably. I'm gonna save here real quick. That save crystal that I didn't use. Okay, so this final descent, you get a random number of battles. Sometimes you'll get very lucky and get none. And I think the most you can get is like 8 or something. I think there's 12 rocks. So with every jump on each rock, when you go down, you have a chance to get a random battle. So hopefully I get 0 battles on the way down, it'd be really nice. And this is another screen that's particularly laggy. Cloud Studs. Perfect. Oh, if you use a Shadow Flare, I might die. Okay, good. This next boss is a little bit luck based. I need him to hit his first attack. Sometimes it misses, and when it misses I still don't really know what to do. It's like a huge panic moment, so I really hope it hits. It's got a little bit too much HP here. Okay, so I front row him now because his Bizarre Sephiroth's physical attack is what's going to hit me first, and it needs to deal enough damage. The important thing for this fight is I need to finish on full HP, because between now and the next fight I don't get to heal. I have to wait for his Bolt 3, and that's going to heal me because I had the Bolt on it. And this actually misses the core, but because the body dies, the whole thing dies anyway. The core is one of 5 enemies in the game that the slots can, like, when the game over can miss on. But the game over can kill everything. Sephiroth's AI is actually really scripted and really straightforward. So he's going to start by using Wall, which gives me enough time to set up my end barrier myself. And then after that he's going to use Shadow Flare, which if I didn't have end barrier it would kill me. It would do like 7,000 damage or something. So the whole reason I bought barrier ages ago on disc 1 was just for this fight. physically push yourself. Still one more fight, but it's great. That was really scary because I think if I was one frame earlier on that last reel, I would have missed. I thought I did actually miss. Only slash end, I don't know. I don't really like it. It's slower. So there's two options in his last fight against Sephiroth. You can either Omni Slash him or just do nothing. And if you do nothing, then you get attacked and then you automatically counterattack and then you win. Which is the faster option, is to just not do anything. If you use Omni Slash, it wastes, I think, 15 seconds or something. And yeah, you get Omni Slash for this fight regardless of whether or not you have it. I don't have any limit breaks for Cloud except Braver, so... Is someone ready on the timer? Cool. Okay. Yeah. Time. Not a bad time either. I'm okay with that. Pretty good. Cool. Is the next runner here? Problems, like? Yeah. Afterbirth. It's a cool game. Stick around for it.
You like slots? Now let's see some real RNG.
Actual RNG.
Sarah.
Alright.
Well done.
Thanks, man.